Alright, my dudes, we are back with some more Kerbal Space Program. Hope everybody had a Merry Christmas, got some good presents. I finally nipped that auto strut problem that we've been chasing for many months now. We finally nipped that in the bud. We opened up our craft file on our shuttle and actually edited it so that there were no auto struts. There was the only auto strut left was the one on the landing gear, and it's actually flagged as forced auto strut. And we left that alone. And then we went ahead and did a launch and tried everything, and sure enough, that one auto strut, the forced auto strut of the landing gear on our shuttle, it broke. It broke as soon as the connection was made, and so there you have it. There's our Hitler. The auto strut, the forced auto strut on the shuttle's landing gear, is in fact what is causing the problem. I had the idea of pull open the project here so I can at least kind of see what we're talking about. Okay, so this project right here is the one that we edited the craft file so that we just removed everything that had auto strut. So if we go in here and we say show me the money. There you go. And sure enough, there's that's the last of the auto struts, and that's these are those forced auto struts. Notice how it says locked, and yeah, those break. So the one last thing that we have not actually tried is to go into the craft file and actually remove. I don't know if it's always. I mean, auto strut hasn't always been a thing. But if we were to go in, yeah, I honestly have no idea what would happen if we actually removed the locked auto struts and then gave it a go. But the bottom line at this point, excuse me, I just got up. The bottom line is we have to have some sort of auto strut on this for when we dock to the station. So that's just a thing that we need to have. YOLO, am I right? I mean, we could YOLO and just see what happens, but the thing is that we're going to need some sort of auto strut for when we actually connect to the station. Now, that's something we could do after the fact. I mean, like, after we launch, we could go into some of these parts, say, like the wings, and then actually put it on ourselves. That way we don't crake in when we're on the station. But yeah, this is absolutely what's causing the problem. So, to run it down one more time, basically what we wanted to do with the shuttle, now this isn't only limited to this scenario, there's another scenario where this problem is quite a problem. But for this scenario, is we've got our launch pad, and then we've got our launch tower. Now we launch the launch tower first, and it's on the ground out here past the pad, on the very actual ground, not the pad. And we run a cable which connects to this Daco Junior, and when that connection gets made, a glitch happens in our auto strut, and we'll see when I did it last time, it broke these struts. It did it in a way that was just, it's a glitch, right? Like it broke this strut, and then what it also did was it made an invisible auto strut to something down here which holds the shuttle in place at launch. Screws everything up. So, but we can just not do it, right? Like that's how we did our last launch, was to just not connect this and instead extend the orbiter access arm and just walk our Kerbals down with the two vehicles essentially just next to each other. That works fine and dandy. Our measurements are precise, so there's no problem. And that's how we can just do it. How we did it, that's how we did it, and that's how we can continue to do it. So we can we can basically just leave this at this point. Really the only thing that we wanted to do, the whole purpose of putting this on, was so that we didn't have to walk 4 Kerbals all the way down the ramp to enter. We could actually just pop 3 of them into the capsule and then do 1 walk of fame, which was a little bit more consolidated and not so monotonous. But it's not a big thing, you know. I mean, we can walk all 4 of our Kerbals down, get them on. If that's the way that we need to do it, then that's the way that we'll do it. The one thing that I would see here on the other front, if we decided to go ahead and take the landing gear and go into the craft file and edit this so that it's just gone. We'll just try and remove auto strut locked entirely so that there are no struts whatsoever. Will it pop back on when we load the craft or something like that? I have no idea. It could kraken, it could do all sorts of stuff. So before we do anything like that, we're going to want to take some preparation to make sure that we don't louse up our save file. There's not much chance of a save file getting wrecked because of us doing something like that. However, we're not taking any chances. Our save file is way too end game, and we just so we'll make an instance of our install. We'll copy the entire Kerbal Space Program install. We'll just clone it, and then we can go ahead and run our little test and see, you know, what we could benefit out of this. I'm actually, you know, already kind of mentally checked out of this problem because we know now exactly what the problem is. It's just like, man, would I go through all of the effort, you know, to just for the one thing? Like, not so much, really. It's not that big a deal. However, there is the flip side to this problem, and that's that this scenario that we've been having with the shuttle launch and the breaking of the autostrut, the glitching of the autostrut, which holds the thing in place, holds the whole rocket, just like sits there. That issue doesn't just happen with the scenario. It also happens when we dock the shuttle to the International Space Station and we have the payload that we plan on installing. If it's connected to this Docko port, the forward Docko port, instead of the aft docking port, like this module here. This is a replica what's actually at the station right now. This is the Columbus module with a little bit of what do you call it? just controlling ability so that we can do the install. So but we docked it to the aft docking port in the hopes, because we used the same kind of setup for the Leonardo module, and it never had any problems. We were always able to use the Canadarm to grab the Leonardo module. It undocked properly. We were able to actually maneuver it with the Canadarm to do its install. So all of that works, which leads us to believe that this absolutely should work. It's just something to do with the forward docking port. See, now still doesn't quite make sense to me. Why? Of course, a glitch is a glitch. You know, there literally is no real logic oftentimes to a glitch. You know, I would like to try and hammer this thing down and really know what Kerbal Space Program's coding is actually thinking it's doing, but in the end, that might not actually be really feasible for us to do, because like I said, a glitch can do anything. A glitch can do quite literally any random wackiness. So but as it sits for what we've got at the International Space Station right now, everything should work. Even if we wanted to use the Canadarm, which the install today will not involve the Canadarm. We did not program it to grab this this module and install it in any way, shape, or form. We just didn't feel it was all that necessary for this module. We're just gonna pop it out of there, float it on out with the autonomous controls. That's the word I was looking for earlier. The autonomous controls, just kind of float it on out, flip it around, and get it in place and get it done. It'll be very, very simple. Should be very, very simple. So let's go ahead and do that now. We'll leave this guy in the VAB, and I don't know that we're going to, aside from that last test that we've been talking about here, use this craft file, because it doesn't have our strutting, our auto strutting as it was before we decided to go on this crusade to track down this problem. We auto strutted all those pieces the way that we did for a reason, and alright, so let's get up to the International Space Station. There it is. Let's go ahead and fly this guy here. Yeah, I am glad, though. I am quite satisfied that we were able to finally, definitively, put the final nail in the coffin of this problem and truly point out that it is, in fact, a glitch. Still visualizing those struts. We don't need that. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. The triumphant return of the Kerbal Space Program music. I hope that there's... I hope we don't get hit with some DMCA trolls. I'm quite sure that this is in-house composed music for Squad, and that there's little or no chance of it being legitimately claimed for DMCA. I don't think the people of Squad would have wanted anything like that. But I also know that there are copyright trolls that quite literally will claim stuff that they don't even own, and it's a pain in the ass to deal with them. So I just fingers and toes crossed that the re-enabling of the music doesn't hit me with some garbage actions that we have to take that would really suck. But we're gonna give it a go until something bad happens. We're gonna play the game with the music, because boy, is it it sure is quiet in here with no music. Playing Kerbal Space Program.
G'day, cobber.
Oh snap! There's Starch Face. Oh, check out the go button. What do you guys think of the new go button? I put some stuff around the outside. I believe it looks more like a button now. Yeah. What do you guys think? I like it. I tried making an emote, like a hit it emote. I say that quite a lot. That's I don't know, kind of a rip-off of the Blue Angels. Whenever they go into a maneuver, their leader counts down from 3, and then he says hit it, and he does it like really, really fast. It's always like 3, 2, 1, hit it, you know, and then they go into their maneuvers. We got kind of a little rip-off of that whenever we go into our maneuvers. It's pops into my head to say hit it, not to say hit it, and I was gonna make an emote for that, but I suck at making emotes. Terrible at it. It came out god awful. Alright, so but you made a flying building, so there's that. I can make flying buildings, I can't make emotes. I used to work with low quality art as well. Like, used to be a large part of my business to design and draw up low quality advertising for like reader boards and stuff. Well, the high quality reader boards. But still, the art going up on them was really low in resolution. It was quite difficult to work with. Get things to appear sharp and stuff like that. But when it comes to Twitch emotes, it's like, dude, that is definitely the taking it to the extreme. Man, Twitch emotes are so small. 28 by 28. Like, you got nothing to work with. The lowest resolution artwork that I used to work on was 144 by 40, which is really small. But even then, like dropping down to try and make any kind of message in a box that's 28 by 28 that's tough. It's beyond me. Gotta have really good consolidated, concise idea of what you're trying to do to make it happen, and lots of art skill, which I don't particularly have. Anyway, here we are. We're up at the International Space Station. Let's get an EVA going on here. We need to remove these struts, and then we can get on with the install. Let's see. We need a Kerbal. Who are we gonna get here? Ziggy's already in the airlock. He's down here in the Quest airlock. Should be ready to go. Let's take a look at his inventory, see if he's got all the tools he's actually going to need for this. He does. All right. Okie dokie. Out you go. It does just dawn on me right now. Should be okay here. Let's see. An F5. Our last F5 was before we docked with the shuttle. So we would lose a whole mission if we had to F9 at this point. So there we go. Got ourselves a... I actually didn't see the thing. I saw the stutter, but I didn't actually see it say save. So we're going to hit it one more time. There we go. Okay. Okay, and since this thing's an inventory container, we couldn't just put these in here. Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Wow. Okay, that has never happened. Holy moly! Okay, got one more strut right there. And then we should be able to get this thing out of here. Is it gonna knock us back again? You know what? I think I know exactly how that happened too. As soon as we let go of that, the front was kind of under some sort of force, and it kind of threw the module into us. I'll knock the wind out of him. Okay, so the module should be free. Let's go ahead and get back on board the station now. Go ahead and refilm. Jeb is back. boink. More like a, I don't know, a heavy thud. Yeah, a hit like that would hurt like hell, I would expect. Okay, so we're back on board. Now let's, yeah, just pop it out of there. Should be good enough. We are go for module extraction. Almost. All right. Hit it. And out she comes. We're gonna push this thing. I feel like pushing it a little bit down just to be safe. We'll go down here to do the maneuver to turn it around. Just to be absolutely certain that we're not going to bump anything. Get our consumables up here. Okay, we've got loads of consumables. We're in good shape on that front, so. Okay, let's see if we can't stop this thing. Back the other way. Okay, go ahead and null our velocity right about here. Alright, that looks pretty good. RCS off, and now SAS is to SAS. That works for me. Let's go ahead and change our control point if we need to. It looked like we were already on that control point. But just to be certain. Alright, so target our port on Harmony. It's the starboard side, and we need to look at that thing. Negative parallel, force to 0 plays. Okay. It's actually in an okay spot right now. We're gonna grab ourselves just a quick cup of coffee, and then when we come back, we'll get this thing docked. Okay, we probably should get this done before we run out of electricity. That would be wise. Not that we're in any danger here. We're not going to hit the tail, are we? Oh, yeah, we might. Let's get a little bit forward here. Whoa. And that was a little monka. How much did that module cost? $2 billion. $2 billion. Thanks for asking. But not really, obviously. It's pretty phoned in on our part. But not without reason. But yeah, the Real Columbus module, quite an expensive piece of equipment indeed. $2 billion worth of fluid dynamic technology and, well, all kinds of technology. It's just pretty awesome stuff. The largest single contribution by the European Space Agency, I believe. And we're just about to get it docked here. And captured. Okay, now first thing we want to do here is get over to this reaction wheel and turn that sucker off. Alright, make sure that all systems are off. We are... want to make sure we're on the prograde marker, so yeah, the right thing should be controlling. Looks good. Docking mode off. Line controls off. And now, we just go and pick up all of this trash. I don't believe there's really anything, any tank on the station that we can put this stuff. We've always, yeah, it's practically, the station's all full on RCS. Plenty of peroxide up here, we don't need any more. Yeah, it was just a 5 spot. Just a $5 is what this thing cost. Now this thing runs 0 risk of adversely affecting the station. We should get one last thing, of course, the auto strutting. Get that auto strutted. Auto strut me. Auto strut. To fully seal the deal. And since that went down so fast, we're gonna get a little bit of an immersive EVA going on here. Aside from the cleanup, which will be a different EVA. Initiate install. Yeah, the welding. Very fun. We're welding again. Also, we can hear in space. Yeah, you know, it's for immersive purposes. Imagine watching Star Wars in the way that it would actually be. You know, dead quiet. Aside from the, I mean, you can hear the stuff of your own vehicle, right? And anything that impacts your vehicle, you would also hear. But you wouldn't hear a vehicles zipping around and whatnot around you and whatnot. Be pretty meh. So yeah, for the purposes of immersion and just good old-fashioned gameplay fun, some sound effects in there. So I guess the people on the inside would hear the welding, right? So there you go. They would hear the bonking, the smashing. That certainly not the wrench getting thrown into the toolbox sound effect. That's something you wouldn't hear. That gave me a pretty good chuckle when we threw it in there as well, when we were putting all this stuff together. It's like, well, that'll be quite comical. Let's get ourselves a sound effect of a wrench getting thrown into the toolbox. So just getting the Columbus module installed here. Almost there. Oh, we got more welding. Got to get the immersive welding. Blind Via, aka Dave. How's it going? Using new updates? No, we're still on 1.10. Oh, immersive welding. Oh, we gotta be getting really close to finished here. And that's it. Looks as though we are finished with the install. And the Columbus is on board and operational. We still need to do an EVA to remove these pieces here, but since we've honestly got like nowhere to put them aside from stowing them on the externals, we're just gonna leave them on for the time being. And after we get another Soyuz up here, then we'll do the uninstall of the autonomous stuff and get it thrown away, but get it stowed on a Soyuz to get burnt up in the atmosphere. So, we'll go ahead and get Ziggy back on board. Alright, looks good. Nice. We've got another module. Cool. So let's take a look at where we are on the chronological assembly. Where the hell is that thing? I thought it was at the very, very, very top. What the hell? Where's the thing? Where's the thing? Oh, there it is. All right. P5, S3, Harmony. So there it was. It's like we get a much larger module on the other side, about twice as long. We got 2 more missions before we get the final solar wing. There it is. So it looks as though we get the what is it, the JE? Is that the JE? Hold on a second here. Yeah, the JEM, that's what I thought. So, Dextry and the experimental logistics module would be the next mission, Sts-122 on Endeavor. And then after that, there's a JEM. That's the that's totally the big JEM mission. And then after that is Sts-119, and that's the one that's got our final starboard 6 truss and solar array. Now the Dextry mission that's interesting. Okay, so the part that fits up here on the Zenith side, it looks like we put it here, and then we get this, the JEM gets attached over here, and then it gets relocated to the top of it. So that must be the experimental logistics module. Yeah, okay. So the experimental logistics module is a little bitty, about, I'd say half the size of this module here, and it pops onto the Zenith port there, bang. And there it just hangs out for one mission until we get the JEM, which is a great big sucker, about double the length of this. And it goes over here on the port side. and then we relocate. It's got a port that faces Nadar, or Zenith. I'm sorry. Yeah, the Zenith side on it, and then the experimental logistics module gets relocated from Zenith here to the Zenith on the JEM. And then after that's done, we finally get the 4th solar array. Dude. Yeah, there's, I mean, I don't know. I might get interested in doing 1.11 or whatever update that we're up to, and you know, of course, it's always a testing thing. We keep our old files and then make a clone, do the update, move our stuff in, test everything, look at every single one of our craft, make sure everything works, and so on and so on. And if everything does work, then we can forge ahead with an update. I mean, we got to 1.10 somehow. Had some doozies along the way, getting updated to that, but I'm pretty happy with all of the mechanics in this build. I mean, per se, there's nothing really overtly huge that we could change, that we would go and change. I mean, everything seems to work okay, and we're making good progress on our builds and stuff, so why rock the boat, I guess one could say. Or rock the station. Man, we're so close. 2 more missions. Dude. And yeah, like I was saying, the rear docking port, we didn't have any of that goofiness where the broken strut. So it is absolutely it's a forward docking port thing. Like this, it affects only the forward docking port, and that's it. So that's really, really good observation that we have right there. When we go to do the haul for the final solar wing, is it's the heaviest payload that the shuttle is capable of carrying. Maybe actually a little bit too heavy, but it makes it nonetheless. When we do that, we're actually going to take the build and remove it from the forward port, flip it around, and we're going to hook it onto the aft port. And I expect in doing that, the whole mission should go off without a hitch, just like this here has. So, yeah, we got one little big glitch. Yeah, how you like my word usage there? We've got one serious glitch, but we've got a workaround. So, I'm happy to just work around it. I heard there's a new function, a new feature, ground anchoring. Ooh. Now that does sound really... Ooh. Does it work? Yeah, now that is something I would be really interested to have. Dude, yeah, that would be awesome. Yeah, ground anchoring system would definitely be very useful for our build. Or our builds. Yeah, no more sliding. Oh my god. Yeah, the stuff that we could accomplish if there was no more sliding would be... There's no way that that'd work, though. Like... Yeah, I don't expect that technology to work. I would expect it to kind of half work. Knowing what we know about the physics of Kerbal Space Program, I would expect a system like that to kinda work. But you wouldn't be able to, like, fully rely on it. There'd be no way. Maybe, I don't know. Like I said, it becomes interesting enough to us, and it's yeah, we might check it out. Seems a very tall order, like I said, knowing what we know, to be able to do something like that. I would give it about a 50-50 chance to work for, I don't know, 10 or call it 12 loads of the rendering of whatever craft and so on before something starts to move. Well, anyway, we've got our install is done. The payload is out and all that is finished. We can go ahead and start to choose some Kerbals to go home here. Time Alcard Ziggy can go home. He came up on a Soyuz, and he's also done quite a bit of work already on this project, so he's done his job. He's going to be going home. Oh, tell me we're going to have to switch to classic rock. Yeah, it looks like we're going to have to switch to classic rock. Alright. So, let's find classic rock real quick. Roll on over here to classic rock real quick so that it refreshes our node points, whatever, so that we can transfer crew without it being a pain in the ass. Okay, and back to the ISS. Yeah, that would be pretty amazing. Right up front, you know, the first thing I would do if that technology actually did work and we could incorporate it into our playthrough without breaking half of our builds would be building a bona fide airstrip. Like a nice flat piece of terrain somehow that we can actually land planes on our airports. Get a bona fide runway. That would be sick. Alright, so we were going to send Ziggy. He's going to go home on this shuttle. And who else do we got? Who's back here? Nobody's back there. Everybody's forward because we got all these new compartments up here. We've got the Harmony and then... Oh yeah, a whole bunch of people in Harmony. Actually, all these guys just got here. Somebody back in the Unity module. Time and L card. Oh, now hold on a second. Frankfurter and Frankenstein. Send Frankenstein home. Now, hold on. Gotta find out who's our pilots here. Okay, he's a scientist. Of course he's a scientist, derp. Frankfurter. That's our pilot. Okay, so you can go home. I'd like to see some sort of terraforming feature added, yeah. Short of a mod pack, I don't see that becoming a thing. But yeah, that would be nice. Just to be able to, you know, flatten out something. Even if it was extremely taxing to do it. Like, it cost a boatload of Kerbal bucks in order to, say, level a mountain or whatever. But yeah, having just even the smallest portion of level terrain that you can turn into you can use as a runway it's a rare thing to find. That's why we use the ocean so much, you know. When it comes to collecting Kerbals, it's always best to either shoot for the runway, the only runway, or the only real usable runway, to be honest. I mean, the other runway's a runway, but it's bumpy, so you can't really, it's not safe. Or you aim for a splashdown that we know that we can use using a Sikorsky S-43 to get to. Because you know, if there's something that in the game that's actually flat, it's the ocean. Which is actually kind of humorous because, you know, if there's one place on the planet that is never, ever, ever flat, it's gonna be the ocean. And in Kerbal Space Program, it's like the only place that is flat. That's kind of comical. Well, we need one more Kerbal over here. We got Ziggy, Frankenstein, and Frankfurter. And yeah, we should be left with only 3 Kerbals after this, so very, very bare bones crew. So somebody who actually just came up is gonna have to go home. Who's our other pilot? Alcard, okay, so... I feel like Space can go home. We'll send Space home. If I can find her. There she is, okay. Alright, so there we go. So, our returning crew of Sts-122 will be Ziggy, Frankenstein, Frankfurter, and Space. Leaving a skeleton crew of Shellberries, an engineer, Alcard, a pilot, and Time, another engineer. So, we don't have any scientists on board. It's going to be a free-for-all up here until we can get some scientists launched. Alright, so we are pretty much ready to get this reentry underway. Where are we in the phases? Just passing phase 3 currently. Okay, we'll go ahead and do a little bit of time acceleration till we get over to phase 0. Alright, we are past phase 0 now. Go ahead and fully come out of time acceleration. Okay. Alright, we are go for undocking. Hit it. Okay, SAS to SAS. Docking mode on. RCS on. Control point enabled. Thrusting aft. Alright, SAS is to SAS. We are go for Ohm's computer engage. I always get this wrong, so before we do this, we're actually going to consult the manual. Like, I always get this wrong. Ohm's computer is 7. Reentry is 6. Okay, so Ohm's computer engaged. And I think we are far enough out now, so long as we're not using RCS for this turn. Go ahead and start to mosey on towards that retrograde marker and get ready for our departure burn. Yeah, let's do it. Go ahead and hit me over here, retrograde. And force the roll to 0, please. I gotta be honest, we're actually a lot closer than... That was a little bit dangerous to do that maneuver that close. We're still drifting away, but I honestly didn't think it was going to torque that hard. We're still in docking mode, so let's go ahead and get RCS on and get a little bit of a radial out push here. A little bit of a zenith hit. Wrong way. Like this. Let's push us up. Just a bit. Also, a forward thrust just a bit here to get us moving in that direction. Oh, that is really quite the visual right there. Very nice. We should probably pin our Ohm's computer. That would be wise. Also, live mode on. See that that's not in the corner. There we go. Alright, I think we're pretty safe at this point. Let's take a look at the staging. Alright, the Ohms is lit. Docking mode off. RCS off. And Smart SAS is controlling our attitude at this point, which is just fine and dandy. We are go for departure burn. Anytime you're ready, guys. There you go. Departure burn complete. Wave. Alright, we can go ahead and start getting into some of these plots. First off, we're going to need to get down to our reentry corridor. Change our periapsis down to 80 kilometers. Go ahead and plot that. Okay, that looks good. So we'll get nearly an orbit of departure before getting into this node. So let's go ahead and SAS off, SAS to the node, and prepare for reentry corridor A. Hit it. Alright, reentry corridor A is complete. Oh, we'll want those flags, yeah. We'll want those eventually here. So... and circularize at that periapsis is what we need to plot, and that's reentry corridor B. Go ahead and turn to that node. And prepare for reentry corridor B. I feel like something on the shuttle has changed. Like it's torquing like super hard. I swear, it didn't seem as though the vehicle had near that much attitude control. And it turns mighty fast now. I didn't put any reaction wheels or anything on. The only thing we did with the on this at all was fiddle around with some auto strutting. Anyway, we're on the node. Yeah, we're gonna need to be upside down. So let's go ahead and get upside down. And we are go for Reentry Corridor B. Hit it. Okay. Now we need to see our orbital time. Put us on retrograde, that'll work. And we need to shave off just a few seconds here. So let's go into docking mode, RCS on, and we want to thrust just a little bit. Fine controls for that 1,000th back. There we go. RCS off, fine controls off. And we are in the corridor, ready to get our... ready to find P to solve for Y. So, we need some protractorage. There we go. Line this thing up. Yeah, it's not too bad. That should work. Now, I was wondering, it seems to be, when we do this, I know our protractor is off just the tiniest bit, in terms of, like, the getting the planet exactly in the exact spot. But if we look at the orbit of the ISS and not the orbit that we're on, like, this side is definitely much more, there's more gap than on this side. But if you look at the ring of the space station's orbit, like, getting it exact is actually pretty easy to do. Like, we can get that looking really, really sharp. But it doesn't, I don't know if it's really the one we should be going on. The other one should be off just the tiniest bit. And I don't know why it's off. Anyway. There we go. We're all lined up for our calculations now. The space shuttle's right there. Kerbal Space Center is right there. We can go ahead and time accelerate till we get into phase. Whoa, what? Huh? This is not right. Okay, Houston, we have a problem. We are actually at approaching phase 3 right now and not phase 1. That's weird. So we must have been looking at the wrong side of the planet when we decided that we were go for phase 0. Oh well, we'll have to burn a little bit of electricity, or burn a little bit of fuel to recharge our batteries, because we need to fly through this phase and phase 0. So yeah, we're going to be a little bit short on electric charge, but that's okay. We've got plenty of Delta V in the bank. We can recharge up at that before we dump it. Yeah, we left the space station too soon. I was looking at the wrong side of the orbit. Okay, so we're down to 5,400 units of electric charge. And we're still in phase 3. Approaching phase 0 now. Just about 5,000 units of electric charge. Alright, there's phase 0. And now we're approaching phase 1. So let's take this thing out of time acceleration right now, and we're gonna pop on the fuel cell. Let that thing charge for just a bit. Okay, so now let's flatten this trajectory out here, flatten this orbit out. Doesn't look too bad. Alright. Now. Okay, starting to come into phase now, and 50, 55, or 45 rather. 45. 40. 35. Okay, we're gonna call it 30. We're gonna call it about 32 actually. Alright, so let's go ahead and come out of time acceleration. Kill the protractors. I was gonna say something like 32 or whatever. KSP 32. 0.8078. Fuck. Okay. Point 8078. Okay. So, there's our answer to the great question. Is 34 minutes, 48.46 seconds. Okay, so let's go ahead and we need to add a maneuver over here so that we change our orbital period to 34 minutes. 34 minutes, 48 seconds. Alright, turn to that node and we are ready for our phase correction burn A. Do we want to be upside down for this? No, we want to be pretty much with a hint of which way? This way? Or we need to be like this way. Alright, we're on the node. Phase correction burn A. Hit it. Oh, as soon as we come out of time warp 2, we'll also shut off the fuel cell.
That is the guild burger.
Alright, and we stay in this orbit for 5 orbits. We should be on the, prograde. Put us on the prograde and let's sharpen up this thousandths. Okay, so docking mode on, RCS on, and we're looking to change our orbital period from this 34, 48, 46. Okay, so that's almost there. Fine controls on, 46. There we go. RCS off, and we are in the lane. And we just need to stay here for 5 orbits. Let's time accelerate. Okay, we're back down to 6,400 units of electricity, but we should be good at this point. When we recharged back up to max, so we have more electricity now than we would have had we left the space station correctly. And this will be our 4th orbit. After this, we can plot the 5th. Okay, and there we go. Come out of time acceleration. We can go ahead and plot the return to the reentry corridor, which is basically circularized back to periapsis there. Okay, and go ahead and turn to that node. The reentry corridor burn. The re-release of Star Wars Episode 3. And this is our 5th and final orbit, slowing us down to get us on the proper trajectory for the Kerbal Space Center. Okay. Docking mode on, RCS on. And we need to get back into our original orbital period, 3114, so we're off by a couple seconds. We're on the retrograde marker, so retrograde thrust will give us prograde thrust. 3114, whoa, too far. Oh, we're off by 1,000th. Fine controls. Oh, wrong way. Oh, I keep passing it. 02, 03, 04. There we are. RCS off. Fine controls off. Docking mode off, and we are back in the lane and ready to start plotting the reentry. Let's get ourselves the maneuver. We need the landing guidance predictions. Killed that. Okay, and show me from right here. Alright. Let's get one more orbit. Actually, it should be two more. I want to plot we're going to plot it from here. Take one more look. Oh no, it is the next one, derp. And looks like we came in a bit south. Just a little bit. Still a bit south. I hate when KSP puts stuff in our way. Like, it's got Howard Hughes Kerman stuck on the screen right now. I worry that we gotta click on the damn, like, warp button or something. Okay, that trajectory doesn't look too bad. Yeah, that looks really good. Okay. So what we're after is this next node. Go ahead and turn to that node. Almost on it. We got to get into this burn pretty quick. Alright. Go ahead and burn that next. Node, correction burn, 75 meters. Pretty standard. Reentry trajectory correction burn. 64 meters. Alright, remove all the nodes. And now we need to get a reentry altitude correction burn. Get that down here somewhere. What are we looking at on the periapsis? Apoapsis? Which one's closer? Well, they're both, well, actually the periapsis. Okay, so let's use the periapsis. And on over here somewhere. What are we looking at? Off by 300. 100. 74. 48. That looks great. Just a little bit more further. There you go. There you go. Off by 12 meters. Okay, 4.1 meters in order to correct our altitude. Turn to that node, and I believe we're gonna need to be upside down for this. Hit me. Actually, no, we won't need to be upside down. Because we'll be facing radial. But it looks right, actually. Given our direction of travel, it looks more or less correct. So I guess, yeah. Okay, there's our re-entry altitude correction burn. And now, it's all down to this. The re-entry burn. Now we go from 80 to 40. Let's get our periapsis down to 40 kilometers. All right, and then boy, that marker looks like we're really far north. I don't know. Our trajectory. Yeah, our trajectory is actually showing us that we're really, really far north. Do we have a chance to correct that? Boy, we're really close. Must have done something. Yeah, I don't know what the hell we did, but we got more northern influence than we want. Pull that out. Let's get one more correction burn in before we hit this. We're really close to this node, so okay, that looks much better. Yeah, go ahead and turn Turn to this last little correction burn. Damn, 23 meters. We're off by that much. How the hell did that happen? Had to have been in the altitude correction burn. So that was the only thing that could have thrown it off, but yeah, that's bizarre. All right, go ahead and hit that next node here. 23 meters. A shocking kind of turn of events here. That should not have happened. But it was a good thing that we noticed that. It's like, huh, you know, we never, at that point, we shouldn't, our target indicator should never be above our target flags. It should always be underneath of it, if anything. All right, now remove all the nodes. And finally now, we can get into our reentry burn. Okay, 80 to 40. Whoa, a little bit crazy there. We're still on top of them. What? How is that a thing? Well, we're gonna have to take it as we don't have any more options to bring it back. So we'll have to get a little bit of a starboard roll at some point, because we're gonna be coming in a little bit far north. Anyway, how's this looking? We're off by a couple hundred meters. Back. Okay. Right there. And we're overshooting on the top. If we had more speed, that could be even, yeah, more problematic. Okay, so make sure it would be something like, yeah, something like right there. Okay, so I'd be a little bit too far back, Jack. Right. Come on, come on. There, right there. We're taking that. All right, turn us to the node. Prepare for re-entry burn. Initiate landing pole.
Okay, all flight controllers, gonna go for landing. Retro. Go. Fido. Go. Guidance. Go. Control. Go. Telcom. Go. GNC. Go. Ecom. Go. Surgeon. Go. Capcom, we're go for landing.
Houston, you're go for landing, over. Roger, understand, go for landing.
We're all over the place with that burn. Yeah, we got a lot lighter. 51 point. We're gonna stick with 51.6 on the position of the ohms. But our target indicator looks correct nevertheless. Alright, so there it is. Alright. We're go to dump the fuel. Hit it. Alright, the fuel's gone. Engage the fuel. Okay, fuel's engaged. Uncork the engines. Okay, pin the reentry computer. Reentry pitch. Okay, ohms computer, we're done with you. Get out of here. Okay, reentry computer. Okay, we are go for reentry computer engage. Alright, so that was 6. Yeah. Alright, so we are on the reentry computer now. We can go ahead and turn to the starting pitch angle, 37.5. Okay, reentry computer will go ahead and bring us to that angle. Going over our notes here. RCS, docking, dump, engage, uncork, pin, reference point, orbital horizon, forward roll 0, which is engaged. All right. So we are ready to go ahead and close the payload bay doors. And that is all there is to it. That's all the more we've got to do at this time. Okay, we can take this off of. I like having a slider for this this next operation. We're done with the orbital information as well. Alright, so let's do it. We need to time accelerate till we get down to the atmosphere, which is not very long at all. Okay, let it get back onto its 37.5 degree angle, and as soon as it's done that, we can engage the RCS, and we are ready for reentry. Okay, we're approaching the channel now. Still accelerating, still accelerating. Alright, we just started to decelerate a little bit early. Little bit early. Yeah, steady as she goes right now. Maybe give us a flat 40 degrees. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, we're at 2280, just getting across the channel. We'll probably want to lose that that 80 meters by the time we get to the bay, or at least like halfway across the bay. We're coming in a bit hot. Yeah, a little bit fast. Okay, let's get into this angle here. Get us up to about, yeah, give us another 5 degrees into that. More. Bring it to 50. Target's in sight. Plasma blackout. (1800 meters a second). We're losing speed really, really fast, but I really don't want to. I don't want to get into less of an angle than we're already at. But I do feel as though we're going to be a little bit shy on the speed. We'll start to pull out of it a bit here. 1600 meters a second. $14. $13. Okay, now we actually do need to get some breakage going on. Looks like I misjudged this a little bit. Yeah, go ahead and give us a nice heavy 50. Let's kill this speed. good enough. Pull it out and get ready for main computer override. Alright, main computer override. Hit it. Override complete.
Audacity! An attack in my own temple? Goodness me.
Luca, thank you for that raid. Welcome everybody. Yeah, thank you for that raid, bro. Yeah, we're just finishing up the tail end of Sts-122, and it looks like we're going to Jackie Chan here. Damn it. Can we avoid it? Come on, we got a little bit of altitude to work with here. We don't need to Jackie Chan. Now, I don't think we should have a heart stopper here, as we did a Soyuz reentry, and so all of the launch equipment and whatnot got picked up. Touchdown, Sts-122. GG. And since we don't have Gunter's van or anything, since like I said, we did a Soyuz reentry in between this mission, and it's what got the treatment of Gunter's van and all of that stuff, so we're not going to launch another vehicle just to recover these dudes. But we will get out on the wrong side of the shuttle. We will at least get the crew out. for a on the runway photo op.
Ignition sequence start.
Havoc's 85, thank you for that follow, bro. And there they are. Back from the International Space Station. And a successful install of the Columbus module, the $2 billion module sent up from the European Space Agency. Good stuff. Hell yeah. So, about this raid. Yeah, Luca Fiorni? Boy, I'm probably butchering that. Forini. Luca Forini. Luca is right. Well, I'll just go with Luca. Thank you very much for that raid, man. We got a shout out for you. Yeah, playing Kerbal Space Program. Good man. Or woman. Yeah, thank you for that raid. Welcome everybody to the stream. I am Jack, and we do a lot of Kerbal Space Program, clearly. Currently in the middle of building a International Space Station. We're just finished with Sts-122, so this would be about circa 2008. You get 2 more missions, and we're gonna actually have the iconic International Space Station silhouette that everybody knows and loves, with the four big full solar panels. We're currently at only 3. But yeah, for everybody who has joined us, I welcome you. Be sure to hit the follow button and follow us on our other socials. The links are down below. Much appreciated, all the support. And we can go ahead and recover these dudes. How do we want to go about this? I suppose just recover. We'll just recover them. Normally, we would launch this stuff up. They would do a mission, and then all of our launch equipment and Gunter's van and whatever, they would still be out on the launch pad, and we would drive Gunter to come on over and pick up the astronauts, and then give them one little more trek of immersion as we drive them back to the astronaut complex. But like I said, we did one little mission between here, and it got the royal treatment. Anyway, we'll go ahead and recover our Kerbals, recover our stuff over here. And our shuttle. 200 grand. Not even quite 200 grand. Boy, only if, huh? If only the shuttle was a mere $200,000. So let's go ahead and mosey on up to the International Space Station and take a look at what we have currently. Going on up here, bare bones crew of 3, and definitely, again, loaded down with more trash. We need to get another Soyuz launch up here so that, well, we get more crew. Actually, probably be smart to get 2 Soyuz launches. Another crew rotation, and then some more supplies drop off, and again, more trash to burn up in the atmosphere as the Soyuz separates. That's actually brings us to another good point. The other day we did a Soyuz reentry, and it after we separated the orbiter, our trajectory was thrown off a lot, more than our correction engines were able to muster. And I do believe I know the reason how what happened. I think because we loaded the upper part of our Soyuz, the top ball part of the Soyuz, we loaded it down with heavier than normal trash, and because of that, when it let go, it basically spit. Like, it didn't, both pieces didn't just kind of spit away. It again did that same kind of kick. It kicked our capsule forward with force, even though it shouldn't do that. It's designed in so many ways to just let go. And then on the inside of this thing, there are vents that there's a tiny fuel tank that it actually vents the fuel, and that's what gives it the force to push away. We've done everything in our power to try and get this thing to be a gentle separation, and it just, for the most part, it works, but the last Soyuz reentry, it didn't. It did, in fact, throw force back into our capsule, and as a result, we splashed down in the islands as opposed to just off of the coast. Anyway, our International Space Station is just getting turned to get put back on its proper attitude control. Or proper attitude, rather. And here's what we just delivered, right, sticking off the end here, and it needs to get cleaned up as well. But this is the $2 billion worth of European Space Agency equipment that they liked to call Columbus. Why is my camera all whack here, bro? What up, bruh? What up with this, bruh? Are we just... Okay, never mind. When the station is on its proper attitude, then the world will all make sense. Anyway, yeah, this is what we just delivered right here. You clean the rest of this crap up here. And the thrusters and... Pog Space Station, isn't it, though? I like it. Are we getting rolled here? Is it, Okay, yeah, it's just started to initiate its roll. It's doing things to my brain. I can't quite think when the thing's not properly on its... Two more missions. We get two more missions, and then we'll finally get the last solar panel. I am so excited for that. Oh my god, this has been a long build. That's gonna be, I assume. The trick is waiting for the right time and using the target marker as a guide. Yeah, we just, I mean, it'd be nice if it held the attitude control through time accelerations or whatever, but yeah, no biggie. It does so long as you're, you know, if you use Smart SAS or use MechJeb at all, you can just leave it on prograde and force the roll to 0 so long as that's actually where what piece is holding or controlling the whole thing. There we go. Now my brain says everything looks right. A thing of beauty. Yeah, I can't wait. That's gonna be awesome to get that final solar panelage. It's gonna be dope. But yeah, our Soyuz. That's troubling. This one, all this has is boxes, so I don't expect that when we do the separation of this, this one, that it's going to kick us away and screw up our trajectory like the last Soyuz reentry. Boy, it threw us off a lot. Trying to remember what the hell we had in the top part of the Soyuz last time. What we should just do to be certain that it's going to separate properly is make sure that the don't we have aft cargo? Huh? Did we get rid of that? Well, that might actually be our problem there. I don't see the aft cargo. I'll be damned. You know, we may have actually... It would appear that we got rid of the aft cargo thing. I mean, I know it makes sense why we would have done that, because there is no cargo there, but the weight, like if we had... Since this is a variable weight thing... we had it exactly the same, then when it let go, then it wouldn't throw us one way or the other. We just know that it's going to throw us give us that much extra bump. I don't like the idea of coming back to our Soyuz and putting that container back on it because, like I said, the base part of this would not have any kind of cargo. It's solely a tank and an engine and some maneuvering thrusters and some radio things, and that's it. So if we just plan ahead and know that this thing here is going to bump us that much, then we just aim that difference. And just incorporate the little bit of trajectory change that throws us off into our flight plan so that we can correct for it or have it correct itself. Have the bump be the correction that puts us on course. So we need to get into some Soyuz launches here. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's get a couple Soyuz launches going on. Let's go back to the Space Center. Now, we've been working quite heavily with a whole new launch system. We've got a raised launch pad and a whole new Generation 2 launch tower with access arm and the whole bit. However, and it's set up for 2 vehicles. It's set up now for the shuttle is fully functioning, and we haven't 100% tested all of it, but it should be 100% fully functioning for the Dragon as well, with a Falcon 9 and a Dragon. But our Soyuz, we're gonna have a little bit more trouble. We can't incorporate this tower system with the Soyuz build because we will have no way of getting into the capsule. Because the capsule's inside of a fairing, there's really no way for an access arm that doesn't literally connect to the launch tower to give us access to the pods to transfer our Kerbals into the vehicle. Our old tower is still on it and still works, but the same problem that we've been having with our attaching the launch tower to our new launch pad really precludes us from using the new launch equipment on our Soyuz, unfortunately. Let's take a look here. Soyuz. Is O before P? O's before P. There it is. So he is 5A1. So this is currently the way that we need things to work. With the launch equipment inside the build, and it's pretty bare bones. It's definitely nowhere near as impressive as the our Gen 2 launch equipment. Kind of makes me sad, but you know, what can you do? I mean, you have to. This has to be connected. You can't. I mean, absolutely. That is a moral imperative. Or mission imperative. Yeah, if we can't connect to it after the fact. Now, there are no... Hold up. I was going to say there aren't any auto struts on this system, but that's absolutely not true. So yeah, I would expect the same kind of garbage to happen as well. If we connected our launch equipment here to a third-party tower, it's just gonna glitch out. That's not gonna work. So we'll do this launch. Maybe, I don't know, I'm brushing my teeth or something like that. That I have a brilliant idea of how to make all of this happen. Then maybe we'll come back to it. But we've explored many options to try and get this sort of thing to work, and it's just it's not gonna work. So let's go ahead and just do a good old-fashioned Soyuz launch as we have it now. Empty out our pod and go ahead and put this sucker on the pad. How did they get the astronauts in real life? Well, there's an access arm, but see, that's like there's a door through the fairing and whatnot. Clearly, it's just in Kerbal Space Program you can't do that kind of thing. Fairing is pretty much airtight. Yeah, if I could cut a hole in this fairing and put a hinge on it, I absolutely would, to just have a door that gives us access to those pods, and then we could use our launch tower, which fits right over here, and it's completely independent of all of this crap, and then we could actually use the new launch equipment. That would be pretty dope, but yeah, nothing we can do about it at this time. I do want to, I don't know how, yeah. We know the connection. Like I said, maybe we'll have a brilliant idea, but not today. So anyway, our Soyuz is on the pad. Let's go back to the Space Center and go get some astronauts to put in this thing. I really would love to get a legit Soyuz tower, the clamshell, you know, because that's the launch tower of the Soyuz. It clamshells the whole vehicle, and then when it before launch, it actually opens all the way to the ground, so it's like a banana peel. Luca hitting us up with that follow. Much appreciated. Thumbs up. Okay, so we go over here to the spaceplane hangar and we just get Gunter's Astrovan. Pull that up and then we'll decide who's going to be going up on this flight. And pop them in the van. Get them ready for their drive over to the pad. I have to admit, I have a generation of heavy fuel tanker that is also named Luca. The Luca Abrasi class, named after the brute from The Godfather. Okay, so we need an Astro van. Go ahead and get Gunter's van up here. And get some crew. Yuri, get out of there. Okay, let's see. Okay, we need Eduardo. There's Eduardo. He's our limo driver. And Gunter, where's Gunter? There you are. Okay, and who's going to be going on this flight? Actually, need one more. Gunter's crew, or pad crew. Go ahead and put a pad crew in here. There you go. Okay, now, who's going to be going? Surprise hasn't been on a flight in a while. Gwen Pont. Okay. And we need a pilot. Mission commander. Graven just went and came back. Brian's just been there and back. Jean-Luc Beckerman? Sure. This will be the first time Jean-Luc has actually ever been to the International Space Station. The only time we've ever used Jean-Luc was launching him to, well, the USS Enterprise. Like, to and from the Enterprise. So, this will be the first time I do believe that any Star Trek character has been to the International Space Station. So we'll go ahead and launch this crew and drive them on over to the pad to load them on up into our Soyuz. Which, by the way, also we do have this little Google document here. We spent a fair amount of time fleshing this sucker out, which has all of our Kerbals, special awards and commendations and whatnot, and how many, different missions that they've been on, the different installs that they've done. But I gotta be honest, we haven't kept up on this list or this document in quite some time. Just because it's a lot of work. It's really a lot of work to go in and tag all of the different flights and whatnot and put it in here. But it still exists, who knows, maybe we'll come back to it. Would like to come back to it in a more automated fashion. And something like a access front end or something that I could write, that we could put in queries that we could just pop in Kerbals names, or have a list that pops in Kerbals names, and then we could easily add different missions that they've gone on and so on and so on. But that's like, I don't know, a lot of work. Alright, so off we go to the launch pad. Whoa. What the? We're on a weird terrain seam right here or something. Looked like we'd popped a tire for a moment. That was weird. Very bizarre. And we need to come back to the good old trusty Gunter get up the hill system. We don't need to use this system with the new launch equipment. So this is going to be definitely on our brain off stream quite a bit, I'm sure. Gonna be thinking, how the hell can we incorporate the new launch equipment with the Soyuz? Because I don't want to climb this hill anymore. We're past this. This is beneath us at this point in our career of playing Kerbal Space Program, and I don't just mean career mode. I mean our career as a space scientist. It's beyond us to climb this hill anymore. No! The game auto-saved right there. I was... Okay, yeah, that could have been bad. This is another reason why this shouldn't be a thing. Anyway, we've done it this way for ages, and... we're almost fully past it. Oh. Didn't mean to do that. And the mission commander, Jean-Luc Pickerman. First trip to the International Space Station. There we are, and there's Gunter ferrying the crew. They stand for a quick photo op next to their Soyuz craft. And let's go ahead and put them on board. Here's another thing that our launch equipment, our new launch equipment, is just so attractive, is that at this point we always take, well, sometimes Gunther stays depending upon the launch tower that we've got, but anyway, we always take the van when we have to drive it up here, and we have to obviously get it off the pad because it's too dangerous to have a vehicle and personnel on the pad. So no longer does our van is no longer really part of the ambiance of the launch with this old equipment. With the new equipment, it gets to stay over here because it's nice and safe and out of the way, and it's still like very much part of what's going on during the launch. Old system, we have to drive them all the way over here. Of course, at least he'll still be here, you know. Alright, so Gunter's van is out of the way. Move these Kerbals actually onto the vehicle. And the best way that we've found to do that for this system is to aim our camera at the escape tower. So we can clip our camera inside of the fairing and up to our pod so that we can actually access the pod like that. So we grab our Kerbal, transfer, in, and one more. And there we go. There's all of our Kerbals are inside the vehicle now. Oh, we needed to change the color of that light too. These are supposed to be amber lights. Can't do that out here, can I? No, I can't. It's just on or off. Alright, anyway. The lights are lit. We are go for orbiter access arm retract. And there we go. Access arm is detached and is coming back now. And we need to see a launch window. Right about there. Okay, so interestingly, it kept the proper. Looks as though it kept all of the proper stuff. Just to be certain, let's make damn sure by consulting the manual. Does look as though it's all correct though. Soyuz. Okay, so toggle hinge, periscope, mono thrusters, Werner thrusters, 6-2, engage the solar panels and antenna. Do not touch 9. Okay, so we're looking at plus 90, 1.8 to 98.9. 0 angle, 90 shape. Alright. Yeah, that's all correct. I do believe the way that this goes down. Staging is green. We need this to be, guidance is internal. Ignition sequence. Okay, yeah. Alright, so all systems are go. Staging is green. Initiate launch poll.
All stations, gonna go for terminal count, beginning with mission assurance.
Mission assurance is go.
DC,
DC is go for terminal count.
GC,
GC is go.
Sys-1,
Sys-1 is go.
Sys-2,
Sys-2 is go.
CC,
CC go.
NAV,
Nav is go.
flight software,
Flight software go.
mission software,
Mission software is go.
IT,
IT is go.
recovery,
Recovery go.
RC,
RC go.
OSM,
OSM go.
ROC.
Rock is go.
LC is go. DC, you are go to enable the terminal count auto sequence.
All stations, terminal count auto sequence is enabled.
T-minus 20 seconds.
Guidance is internal. Ignition sequence start.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Roll program has been engaged. Meters a second. We are go for pitch. Approaching Mach 1. Vehicle is supersonic. Okay, approaching first stage booster flame out separation, main computer override. Out. Separation. Korlov cross. Very nice. Okay, main computer override. Override complete. We are go for escape tower jettison. Hit it. Whoa. Uh-oh. Okay, we've got a problem here. I can't see my vehicle. Okay. Fairing separation. We are go for antennas. And solar panelage. Coming up on stage 2, booster flame out and separation. Separation complete. Okay, we are on apoapse of 240 going to, or no, 140 going to 270. And where that apoapse is at right there, we can go ahead and bring it back a little bit north. Okay, 170 going to 270. Back north. All right, here we go. 220 going to 270. 30. 40. 50. 60. And shutdown. All right, up we go. Okay, and that's as far as the stage 2 is gonna take us. Alright, we are go for stage 2 booster separation. Or stage 3 booster separation. I guess it's more like stage 2 because the first one was actually burning the whole time, right? No, that would be stage... Yeah, I don't know. 2 or 3, take your choice. Anyway, we are go. Hit it. Departure burn. And just to be sure that this thing is going to burn up in the atmosphere the way we want it to. Okay. All right. We are go for orbital insertion. We are in orbit. GG. And shutdown. Okay, now we have one more antenna that we have to extend. The aft antenna. And there we go. Station's in, the orbiter is in orbit. All of our systems are go. And now we need to wait a few orbits to catch up to the target. I just bought Kerbal Space Station. Hope I enjoy it. Oops, I mean Kerbal Space Program. Stream froze. I missed the launch. Did you really? The stream completely... Are we losing frames? Not a single one. That's on you, bro. Sorry to say. I haven't lost a single frame. Not one. Alright, let's go ahead and get into some Hohmann transfer here. And get on our way to the International Space Station. How many orbits are we gonna keep this deep? Maybe just one more. Past apoapsis there, okay. Yeah, get the maneuver planner up here. Give us a node right over here-ish, and just kill a little bit of that speed. Not all of it, just a bit, just a little bit like that. Slow us up. Okay, and that'll give us one more orbit with this deep cut. Go ahead and turn to that node. The player freezes during times you have high processing. That's actually it. That could be the case, but I mean that's a back-end thing. There's nothing I can do about that. It's completely out of my control. I don't believe, like, say if we were to go back and look at the VOD, that it will actually keep all of those frames, and so it, like, I'm thinking it's a local thing on your computer, basically. Like, the player may have a memory leak or something that after a while it just, I know it does that on my end too, that every so often the player, my Twitch player will just say, it'll just go black and it'll say could not stream whatever, and if I refresh, like nobody else had a problem, and it was just me, so it's like the players have a memory leak or something. Like, it should all be there in the VOD, which means it got to Twitch properly. It's just a matter of somewhere between Twitch and your screen. Nothing I can do. Otherwise, I totally would. Okay, anyway, we're on our node and ready to slow up a bit after this last orbit, last real deep orbit. We're catching up to the International Space Station currently. Let's go ahead and execute that node. For anybody who is just joining us or coming back to their computer or any of that. Also, by the way, if you guys are new to the channel, be sure to hit that follow button. Enable notifications so you can see when we come online. And while you're at it,
ignition sequence start.
While you're at it, make sure you to follow on the socials as well. There are links down below to our Twitter and our YouTube account, and of course, all of our stuff gets sideloaded to YouTube. And most of our greatest moments, the greatest hits, we put them up on Twitter right away. You know, nice little 30-second clips of the great highlights of each mission. So be sure to follow us on Twitter. Even if you don't use Twitter, you can still click on that link and see. You can actually still use Twitter even if you don't have a Twitter account. It's not like old Facebook or whatever. So yeah, if you're interested in seeing our highlights, the edited highlights, don't have much time to watch, you can always catch up with what we did on our Twitter. That one kid 017, thank you for the follow. Okay, got ourselves a little bit of a burn here just to slow us up. In fact, we may have done this a little bit too soon. We've got quite a ways to travel, but that deep cut is dangerous. Like, we can end up overshooting our target. And with the Soyuz, we've got unlimited electricity. So, not much is at risk except for a few Kerbals that are cranky because they had to go a couple of more orbits than they needed to. They shouldn't be too damn cranky. I mean, they've got 2 whammon. Like... Yeah, that wasn't absolutely sexist right there. It was a joke, guys. It was... Okay, don't unfollow. Okay, don't report. Don't report me. It was a joke. A joke. JB Daddy. So you just bought Kerbal Space Program, huh? I sure as hell hope you got it on PC. Didn't make a terribly big mistake by buying it on console. But yeah, I hope you like it too. It's it can be a fun game, but you really have to have imagination to play it. You have to have determination. You have to have patience. But it can be a really cool game. We are starting to creep up on it pretty good now. Damn, we're gonna have to get it with the radio. Oh, maybe not. And a little bit of radio. .5, 1.8, 1.4, and radial. Wrong way. 0.8, that works for me. That's close enough for government work. Turn to that node. 14.8 meter second home and transfer burn. Effectively is what we just plotted there. So get this thing turned. Get this little bitty nudge to push us over onto the International Space Station's orbit, and we'll get our closest approach from there. Okay, T-minus 6 minutes till this node. We better tell the flight computer to go ahead and pull the trigger on it before we pass it. Rightio, there's our home and transfer burn. Now we can go ahead and plot the null velocity at closest approach. Go ahead and plot that. And turn us to that node. We're looking like we're going to be... Wow, we're actually going that fast. What? Replot that node. I'm not buying it. Yeah, 56 meters, what it says. Okay. Wow. That's crazy. Anyway, we're done with the maneuver planner at this point. Given how close our orbits are, man, damn, that's like... That's pretty fast.
That is the Gil Burger.
Other times the screen includes your voice and the flaming hat, and the flaming hat locks up for a second. Yeah, see, if I'm not dropping frames, that can be a processing thing on our side that, yeah, it's possible. I often go into performance mode, which definitely helps for that sort of thing. So our upload of the frames is okay, but the processing of the frames... The only way to be sure where exactly the problem exists is to take a look at the VOD. Like specifically, if you can remember a moment where you can see the flames stop, yet you can still hear my voice, and if we come to that that same point in the VOD and see if it's, you know, does the same thing in the VOD that it did on your end, then we would definitively know at that point. Anyway, let's get on with the mission here. We're at T-minus 11 minutes till closest approach, 56.9 meters. When we get there, there's the International Space Station, 42 kilometers away now. Let's go ahead and get into some time acceleration. T-minus 10 minutes. Yeah, again, could be variable bit rate in any case. Still a player problem. Yeah, that's... I mean, obviously, the big question for me is all my end cool, you know, and is everything that I can do everything that I can do? Okay, we're coming into render distance now. There's the station. Go ahead and start to slow down. But I definitely will come back and take a look at this VOD and inspect it for that sort of stuff. I want the stream to be at the highest of quality. All right, we can go ahead and look at the target now. Get a little bit of an approach. Actually, remove all of these nodes. We're completely done with all of that crap. Remove all nodes. Remove. It seems mainly when you are on the launch pad or the map view. Just coming over here really quick to kind of kick this thing into gear, get it turning onto its proper attitude. And I believe it should continue. I think just the initial hit's really all we need to get it going. You could look at advanced video stats if it shows increasing. No, there are no. There are absolutely no. Yeah, there are no frames gone. It's. We are 100%. 0.0% frames dropped. 0 frames total dropped. It's been 100%. Oh wait, you can see it in the video stats on your end. Really? How do you... Okay, let me see this. Advanced video stats. I've never gone in here and seen this. Oh, really? Yeah, it does. Interesting. Yeah, on this I'm actually seeing on my preview here that It skipped 39 frames. Now, if I take a look... Take a look over here. This one says that it skipped only 4 frames. So I have 2 previews open. But we've also refreshed these. So I would have to refresh them both at the same time and then see if after... Up here. There. Okay, so I did a synchronization refresh of our pages now. And I'm going to take a look at this advanced video stats. Is this thing in real time? It does look like it's in real time. Cool. Video stats on that one. And compare how both of these play. If they're not identical, well, that'll tell us something. It looks pretty clear to me at this point that it is in fact a client-side issue, because both of these computers I'm using for previews, one of them is quite definitively weak. It's an older generation computer, so the weakest thing that I'm running right now, and it's already started to. It's skipped 2 frames so far, and my other computer has skipped 0 frames. Which would point to... Whoa. Hold up, yeah, docking mode. Yeah, that would point to it being a client-side thing. About 500 meters to the target. We're going to pull our prograde marker just a bit more radial past the target marker, because it seems to be that we're getting a bit of orbital drift in that direction. So if we compensate, push it a little bit further past it, then by the time we reach our desired point, hopefully it will have pulled down on top of it. 3.3 meters a second relative. Okay, here's another interesting thing that just happened on our preview. I can report. Our more powerful computer had refreshed the page without me giving a command to do so, and it was on 0 frames dropped when it did that, and it is still on 0 frames dropped, but our frame rate went up from 28 to 32, and now it is coming back down to 28 frames per second. So it went up slightly. The quality of the stream went up slightly and then back down to where it originally is at. So 28 frames per second. Swiftu? Swiftu. Swidu. I am not wearing my glasses. I am sorry if I'm butchering your name. Thank you for that follow. Much appreciated. Welcome to the channel. We are currently flying a Soyuz out to the International Space Station to do just a little bit of, well, we're bringing supplies and looking for trash cans. That's kind of what we're after here. So a little bit closer to the space station here, get this thing docked, and that's where these guys will stay for a little while. We got one more Soyuz launch, and then maybe another return. At the same time, we're kind of running diagnostics on our stream quality here. So you'll hear us rattling about that from time to time. Okay, we're pretty close now. I'm gonna try and kill this thing, so kill all the speed so that we give the station plenty of room to do its turn. So I think it's still moving towards its prograde marker, and then after it gets onto the prograde marker, it's going to do a really hefty turn. I'm quite certain that this should be facing Nadar, which means towards the planet. Radial in. Yeah, go ahead and kill our velocity. Sitting 0-0 now, looking nice. And yeah, let's go ahead and switch over to the International Space Station now and see where we are. Yeah, it's still got a whole turn. Still getting put onto the prograde marker. It's not far now, though. Of course, it needs to flip whole 180 degrees around. So we got to be a little bit patient. Oh, it looks like I lost another frame on the weaker machine. Still haven't lost a single frame on the other one. It's sitting now at 28 frames per second, and we're down to 32 frames, so definitely varying frame rate on the player. Wow, that actually looks pretty cool. (14,11). What's that mean? 14,11. Between 14 frames per second and 11 frames per second? Oh, total frames lost? Alright, Starch Face, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a community, in fact, everybody can do this. We're going to do a community restart, or community refresh, so that we can all be on the same number of skipped frames to definitively nail down what is going on here. Alright, so, I'm going to count down and then say refresh. And when I say the word refresh, that's when you let go. You click down on the refresh button, hold it down until I say refresh. After I'm finished saying refresh, that's when you let go of your mouse button. And I will wait to actually hear this on our replay over here, so that we get our timing actually right as well. So. Alright, everybody, I've got 2 machines to work with here. So, everybody, I've got 2. Click it down. Alright, have the refresh button clicked down, and get ready for let go. Alright, have the refresh button clicked down, and get ready for let go. In 3, 2, 1... refresh. In 3, 2, 1, refresh. All right. Now pull open the video, the advanced video stuff. This is fascinating to me. Alright, cool. Cool, man. Cool. Alright, looks like the International Space Station's got back onto its proper attitude. And we can get on with our... Well, it's almost there. It's still finishing the roll, but we can get on with our docking here. And since the shuttle, and we don't plan on the shuttle coming to do anything until at least we get one more Soyuz return, we can dock to the forward PMA if we wanted to. I mean, we're right there. We might as well. So we're going to take that PMA. And we want to be sure we're controlling from our docking port, which we weren't. So we say target negative parallel and force the roll to 0. Actually, the force to 0 is not going to work for us on this because, as we know, the our forward PMA is actually loused up. Again, that's something we need to put a pin in, and when we have room in the shuttle's payload bay for just like anything, then we'll remake the forward pressurized mating adapter and send a new one up here, which is kind of a cool little side mission. It'd be great. So you're sitting on 0 right now. I'm sitting on 0. All systems are sitting on 0 right now. We're looking at one machine over here sitting at 28 frames a second. The other one's at 32. So that's clearly our better machine is giving us a better quality video. That makes sense. Rubber hot dogs sitting at 0. Everybody's on 0. All systems are good. Now, as we start to move around and stuff like that, that's when our bit rate's gonna vary and all that other stuff. So we should start to see people change. Yeah, okay. This is all we need. Alright, so let's go ahead and get to it. We're 74 meters out now. RCS on, docking mode on. And let's go ahead and get this sucker docked, pushed on down. Aim the camera here. Man, I cannot wait. I cannot wait for that 4th solar panel. That's gonna be so dope. I believe the roll that we want to be on was 30. What was that? Gosh, I can never remember it. I wanted to say 30, 35 or 34-ish. Try that. Say 30, 35, 30 something. That's not right. 38, 39? We're at 33 right now. Okay, it's starting to bring it back over. Another 4 degrees? Yeah, absolutely another 4 degrees. Okay. We're still in docking mode. Okay, yeah, let's get a little bit more oomph into this. Push! Starch face, as you've dropped 3 frames now. Rubber hot dog sitting at 0 frames drop, both at 32 frames a second. I'm sitting at 28 on my weak computer, 0 frames dropped, and 32 on the other one, 0 frames dropped. So it would appear, Starch Face, you are the weakest link. Goodbye. Banhammer. Jesus, that was loud. That scared the shit out of me. Oh. Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Why is this thing not rolling? We're at a roll of 34. We're telling it to 38. Go to 30. What the hell's the deal here? Okay, we just needed to refresh it. Okay, and 38 is still not good enough. I'll be damned. I'm talking more like 40. Now that totally doesn't ring a bell. We never take the shuttle to 40. Plus 40? What the hell? This doesn't... wow, even more. Make it 44. Almost there. 45 degrees difference. Dude, that is bizarre as hell. Yeah, we never go to this extreme with the shuttle. Weird, man. But this will be the first time that we've ever docked a Soyuz to the forward pressurized mating adapter. Yeah, I'm still sitting at 0 skipped frames, 32, 28, 0. 0, 0, 0 across the board. So, yeah, you might think about refreshing your codecs, maybe? Download a new set of, new updated set of codecs. Could help you there. What resolution are you watching at? Did you choose one of the transcode options to lower the quality? If not, then if that's an option for you, you might try that. Bring your codec or bring your resolution down just a tiny bit. But we're also not just talking about skipped frames on the side of the player. We're also talking about a possible processing problem on our end. So our flames in the VOD need to be dead on. So when I come back through the VOD, we should not, so long as all things are, as far as our Streamlabs is concerned, I'll make a point of noting down how many frames I've dropped, which I haven't dropped a single one. So if this frame remains 100% all the way through, then when I go through our VOD and just make sure that there's no frame drop on any of our elements, then we could at that point definitively say that the stream is 5x5. This is pretty nice. I like docking to the forward, because this is totally reserved for the shuttle. So I have a Soyuz coming up on its really kind of cool. Looks nice. We're usually seeing the Soyuz approach this thing from underneath or on the top. Usually watch at 720, but you're at 1080 right now. Yeah, if I was gonna blame something that's probably giving you the problem, I would guess it's the player, but there's also I would think some possibility that either your ISP or maybe somebody in your house is taking up a little bit of bit rate out of your bandwidth, maybe jumped online, or maybe even your computer is grabbing an update too. That's another thing could happen. In the background, your computer's like greps for an update. Lots of things that could possibly be. Yeah, also this will be a good idea to park on the forward PMA. That way we've got easier access to the Soyuz to bring this garbage, put this garbage away. Uninstall all this crap and stow it. captured. Docking mode off. Need to control. Yeah, our SAS is definitely. We got some crap going on here. There. I want to control from Zvezda. Okay, and we need to be orbital. Do not be 45. Orbital prograde 0. RCS off. I did not know RCS was still on. Wow. Okay, anyway. Should be all good now. Holy cow, Starspace, you're running Linux? No kidding. I thought LGG was the only one who bothered to bash their head against the desk that hard. I briefly attempted to install and use Linux across my laboratory, and I couldn't hack it. It was too much change for me. So kudos. Well, I tried using many different types. Actually, for some specific uses, I still use Linux exclusively, like Ubuntu and Knopex, which are not user-friendly at all. But then I tried to, at one time I was like, I'm gonna go Linux on my whole lab, and I installed a version of Red Hat. Well, actually, I had a couple of them. I had Red Hat, I had Knopex STD, and a couple of others, actually, to be honest. But the big one I was trying to work with was Red Hat, and it drove me nuts. It drove me absolutely nuts. Been using Linux since 1997. Wow. See, that's the thing. You know, it seems easy to you because you've been using it for over 20 years. Me personally, I was implanted with how to use Windows when I was still in the womb. Like they did a cesarean section and implanted the guide for Windows 98 second edition directly onto my brain, and then closed my mom back up, and then I was born. So that's kind of why I like Windows. When I was in the womb, Windows didn't exist. Yeah, me neither. Actually, it was kind of a time travel thing. Yuck, Windows 98 second edition. Are you kidding me? Windows 98 Second Edition was the bomb. There was like nothing I couldn't accomplish with that operating system. People back then were having all sorts of trouble with this, that, and the other thing. I mean, computing was not near as easy as it is today. And I was just like, I was the go-to guy. There was absolutely nothing that I could not do in Windows 98 Second Edition. Whilst people using the same operating system, friends of mine, were having all kinds of trouble. Windows Millennium Edition for the win? Yeah, right. Yeah, I bet. Yeah, dude. Emmy was good. Yeah. I think not. I made the leap. One of the best decisions I've ever made in operating systems was an absolute leap of faith. And Windows 7, and had so many projects tied up in Windows 7, and then all of a sudden was like Windows 10 come out, and it was like, oh, they gave it out for free, right? It was like a free upgrade thing, and I was really worried about it. I was like, but that was the best decision I ever made in operating systems, was to go Windows 10. Oh my god, so beautiful. Like, Windows 10 is an absolute work of art. Remember having to configure import output I/O ports by hand? I don't know what you mean by hand, if you're talking about actually like I/O ports that had the little blue switch with the tiny little switches on them. If that's what you're talking about, or if you mean actually like programming the I/O ports as far as like in the operating system. I've done that. I've never had to go and change the little blue switch boxes. That's never been a thing for me. IRQ addresses. PCI, man. PCI. Old PCI. Sound cards. Back when people used to actually prefer a higher quality of sound than was on board. Not generally a thing anymore. Not very, very few people these days have a third-party sound card. Very few. Yeah, so basically just give the market one PCIe. That's about where we are these days. That's all you need. One PCIe slot. Boom, there you go. Maybe two if you're a developer. Remember the onboard Sound Blaster 2D video card dip switches? Yeah, Realtek. Yeah, that's Realtek, old Realtek drivers. I actually still have my old Echo Gina. That was a fantastic sound card. Woof. Good stuff. Oh snap. Alright, here we've got a skip frames check. over on my good PC, we're looking at it skipped 4 frames, and pretty recently it happened. My crappy machine is over to 12 skipped frames. What you guys looking at? How you guys doing on the advanced setting of the stream? Rubber Hot Dog skipped 15. Starch Face, you've dropped 26. I have to say that's pretty definitive. Makes a hell of a lot of sense from where I'm sitting here. That I got 2 PCs that are absolutely dedicated to doing nothing other than one is my chat box. That's the one that's running slowest. It's controlling just chat and gives us one preview window, and then I've got another machine that is controlling nothing other than just the preview. And both of these are running better than your guys' stuff, which wouldn't make sense because you guys probably got doing other things on your PCs and so on and so on. So yeah, it makes sense. Or we're sitting here, and the last fish to fry on this whole argument here, I suppose, is the VOD. When we're finished with the stream, I'll go through the VOD and see how clean it is. And also, interestingly enough, I'll also have to pay attention to how many skipped frames that my player is forcing upon me while I watch that VOD. So if something goes wacky while I'm watching the VOD, I gotta go, ooh, what? Now wait, is this a thing, or is it actually the player doing it to us? But that should pretty much put this whole mystery to bed. I hope. Learn a thing or two about our stuff, and if we can make it any better. Not occurring in this area of the game anyway. That's really bizarre. So you like, of course, it would also make sense too that if there's an encoding problem. That where it's got there's a bunch of stuff moving on the screen that would make sense that it would do it then. Anyway, we got one more Soyuz launch to do here, so let's go ahead and do that. Before we do this, let's get an F5, nice hard F5 right here, and then we're going to go back to the Space Center and get ourselves one more Soyuz launch. I was just thinking, what about Gunter's van? Well, I'll have to pick up Gunter's van. Yeah, because they'll be splashing down anyway. Yeah, okay. So let's go ahead and go back to the Space Center. Yeah, I fear if we do have a bit of an encoding problem, that the only way we're going to be able to attack it is with software, because this machine is pretty much maxed out. Like, we've already put, it's got 32 meg of, or 32 gig, 32 meg, 32 gigs of RAM, more than my streaming, or more than my gaming PC even. So it's like we've done everything in our power to see to it that the stream has got all the resources that we can possibly throw at it. Never does our CPU usage on our streaming PC ever go above like 32%. It's like solid as a rock. Kind of want to do another shuttle like immediately here, because I'm really in love with our new launch equipment. That's so much fun. Yeah, there's got to be some sort of way or trickery that we can use. We need a brilliant idea of how to get some new launch equipment for our Soyuz like we have for the shuttle and the Dragon. But until that brilliant idea happens, then we're gonna have to just launch with our old equipment. Feels bad, man. Alrighty then. You know what? There's a couple things here. game's starting to slow down a bit, so we should probably do a restart, or it would definitely help us out if we did a restart. And there's also, I want to do a couple things here. Let's bring this back into the VAB. I remembered I wanted to change these, the live lights to amber. I want the red lights to indicate caution, something is moving, and amber lights to be we are go for launch, things are, you know, people on board, that sort of thing. So give us half. There you go. Throw a little bit of green on that red. That'll do it. Just to be sure, give it a whole new designation. Alright, groovy. Now, we're also going to leave this in the VAB as we reload the game. And then we're gonna put this Soyuz on the pad, get us another crew, and get a second Soyuz launch today. But boy, I want to get back to the shuttle or something that we can get this new launch equipment involved in this. So now,
Ignition sequence start.
here's where we're going to get, if there's going to be any kind of processing problems on our side, this is when we change the scene, that's when it's really going to do it. For sure. When you get the big flame fireball comes across the screen and whatnot. Habin6, thank you for that follow. Much appreciated. Oof, oof. And on my previews, while the quality degraded, of course, as the fireball traipsed across the screen, the motion of it was clean, so still good. I gotta admit, I want to change that that transition to something that doesn't degrade the quality or need to degrade the quality of the stream so much. It's cool, but it didn't. I mean, we're gonna try something else. Try and make a different one. It's too much motion. Okay, just getting the game reloaded now. Too much motion for the ocean. It's a sick transition, though. Like, if it didn't have to degrade the quality of the stream so low for that little time, and it's pretty cool. Pretty dope idea. I need to fill up the coffee, so we're gonna take this little opportunity to stretch our legs and get the coffee filled up, and we'll come back, get back into Kerbal Space Program, and get a Soyuz launch. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Still looks good. I like it. I like it too. It's really cool. It's just, it's taxing. Yeah, I keep scrolling past it. All right, new amber lights. Go. All right, beautiful amber lights. How cool is that? All right, let's get back to the Space Center so we can get ourselves a crew. gonna make a variant of Gunter's van. One that's not all Scooby-Doo. Just to change it up a little bit, I suppose. Why not? I was briefly thinking just now that I wanted to make a car, another like limousine, maybe kind of embark on that for a little bit, but at the same time I'm kind of, because this was a lot of work. And to do something even remotely close to this is gonna be a ton of work, and we'd have to go start from scratch entirely. Like, man, I'm trying to think of any parts specifically that we have that are kind of inspiring us to do a limo. Like, God, I want a limo so bad. This limo is sick, but it's just too many parts, too heavy, so on and so on and so on and so on. It's not practical for our uses at all. Not even remotely close. I just can't see anything. I just can't see anything out of... Sucks. Instead of visualizing something out of parts that we can use, such as like this because it's got a big window or whatever, and that could be used as a window, I'm gonna mull over. We're not gonna build a limo. We're not gonna go into that. We are going to continue on with our Soyuz launch. We're gonna go ahead and grab Gunther's new variant, just the clean van. This does need to have some sort of solar panel on it, even if it's just like the tiniest one. That's all. But it does have to have one. Maybe if it's gonna have one, have a good one, right? But, like I was saying about the limo, that dream is still not dead. We just need to... We really need a solid plan of attack from the get-go for specifically the three big areas: the doors, the front window, and the trunk. And I suppose if we really wanted to go all the way and try and get the hood to open up as well, but really marvelous ideas to bring those pieces into fruition with very low part count in a way that we can connect to something else that's, you know, a solid shape. a nice solid shape. And pieces like, I'm actually starting to kind of visualize something here, but where is it? Okay, no, that's under heating, bro. Yeah, these things here. This thing is a very interesting part. It's got a great rounded side. It's relatively big. And so these are the parts that I think that we should kind of keep in the back of our mind. That, and of course our biggest ally in building a really complicated low part count thing that's like a window and like door windows will be, of course, to use this little technique of taking struts and, you know, doing things like this where we have a strut that connects to a strut in order to, you know, pull them into place in order to make a shape that you want that's actually hollow. Things like that. So those are the three kind of big pieces that I can see in my mind as that we might be able to ultimately put them into a shape that finally get a decent limousine. And then the wheels too, that's another nasty part. These wheels suck. These things are so light. Like the tiniest thing will pop those things. They're good on this because this is, you know, Gunter's van has just been like perfect. You know, it's really low part count, it's very low weight. All that, it just absolutely works. But for doing something that's ridiculously long, and even if it's like extremely light, I don't know that these wheels are really going to be what we would want to see on it. You know, you're going to be talking about the other Rover wheel, which its physics are quite, what am I looking at? Here we go, like this wheel here. So it's a lot larger than this wheel, and its physics are actually quite a bit different as well. Yeah. Anyway, we're going to continue on with our mission objective of launching this Soyuz on this with a crew carried to the launch pad in our old Gunter's van. I mean, we'll never replace this. I just want to have more things to, you know, kind of mix it up. Sling Blade, okay, yeah, Sling Blade can go on this mission. We'll get a tourist too, breakfast cereal, and we need a pilot. Frankfurter just came back. Send Jim Lovell. Sammy. I don't want to risk any of the real name pilots that, like Hayes, for example. Hayes should have been retired. We ran one mission with him and he almost died on Reentry, and that was like, that would have been a terrible way to actually kill a real astronaut. I kind of shy away from using those dudes. Where the hell is Gunter? There he is. Okay, Gunter, got to get you in there. And some of Gunter's crew. We got a pad crew. Eduardo's up in the driver's seat where he should be, and we're looking for any Gunter people. It's got a whole freaking crew. Where are they? See, recovery crew. Okay, I was looking for Gunter, not Went. So there we go. Okay, Went's crew. All right, so there we are. Let's go. Those casters, well, those actually landing gear for the. Those weren't always on there. I mean, we pull those up. Those are only for the takeoff and landing of the VTL stuff. So is that as silly as it seemed? It's more absurd than silly. Clean Gunter's van. I kind of like it clean. Do need to turn on the fuel cell. Boy, I feel like we're really hauling astronauts. Get wrecked. Just froze? I had one preview that reset, but the other one didn't reset. Of course, I wasn't paying attention to specifically either one of them. Just driving. But I did notice that the one to my right did, in fact, reset about that time that you posted that comment. And I mean, like, it refreshed the whole screen. And no frames lost. That definitely would point to it being on my end. Or somewhere between. Because I haven't, yeah, I'm still no frames dropped. But that, again, still does not mean that it... If the processing... Say, like, the Elgato card couldn't hack it and all of that. That's what we want. It's not funny.
That's not funny!
Rocket truck to get up the hill. Yep. With Jado rocket truck. It was either that, I mean, we have a winch on it. We could have done something with the winch, but that would have required, I don't know, some kind of transport. In any event, it works. Love how the bumper hides it. Reminds me of 80s, 90s when they would bail out or drop oil out the back to lose the cops. Yeah. Yeah, it's Spy Hunter. Okay, we would say Gunter hits the lights, but he's not gonna be here to hit the lights. He'll tell them to hit the lights. Alright, let's go! Yeah, Gunter's van is good for the as low part counts and everything that we've got in this thing. I mean, it's just all around terrific vehicle. Looks great, performs great. It's got it all, man. All right, amber lights are lit. Pretty. Okay, so we need to aim the camera up here so that we can transfer these Kerbals inside. Alright. Our astronauts are on board. The lights are lit. Let's take a look at our flight computer, make sure everything's copacetic over here. 52 90 90. Like, the flight computer on these flights are really simple. Like, everything when it comes to the Soyuz is actually really simple by comparison to the shuttle. You know, that's cut and dried. Looks good. 90-90. We are go for launch. One thing that we did not do last launch that kind of loused us up was we have our camera is aimed at the actually aimed at the escape tower, and when we jettisoned that, it was still aimed at that. Do I not have a control from point that we... Just after the fact, we just grab any one of these pieces, I suppose, and say, aim the camera down here now. Okay. That works. That works. Kit from Knight Rider could have also been an option. Nobody watched Knight Rider. Nobody has any idea what you're talking about, man. Now here comes everybody piping up who's a fan. Starchface. I actually liked it. The Twitch did a marathon, a Knight Rider marathon, which was really cool. I watched that, but I never watched Knight Rider back when it was actually on TV. Okay, well, what we need to do here... Uh-oh, I don't see... It changed. Yeah. Yeah, it changed our designation of our space station to what I have no idea what. So I use 5. 5A. 5. Where is it? It's got to be a base thing. There it is. Okay, that's got to be our guy. So let's go ahead and switch to this Soyuz 5A, which is actually the International Space Station, so we can redesignate it. The Hoff is a national treasure. Was he the one with the hamburger? He was like all super high and just like making love to this hamburger was a big meme. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We've got a Kraken. Yeah, it's crakening. It is crakening. What can we do? You can try. Oh, it's gone. It's way gone. Yeah. Toasty. Toasty! Alright, so we can F9 and hopefully recover this thing. Now nothing should have changed between the last F5 and this F9 right here. So if it's very likely that it could go ahead and start crakening again. Or it could have been just a one-off. These things kind of like happen just every now and again. But it could also immediately start to cracken again. So we'll see. I don't see any movement. But if there was going to be some problems, I would blame it on our new arrival. This Soyuz right here. So we'll take its docking port and pin it. If we start to see any kind of goofiness happening, then we can go ahead and undock and see if that doesn't actually fix the Kraken. Or, like I said, it could have just been a one-off thing. That happens every now and again, that the game misfeeds a number, and next thing you know, you've got problems. I was looking at the auto struts there, right? We were flashing them on and off, trying to look for parts, and it looked correct. It looked as though, even if this thing is torquing into the vehicle, to maintain attitude control, that it wouldn't have been a problem. It shouldn't have been a problem. And yeah, we're here. Everything seems to be okay. I don't see Jack. I see nothing. It looks great. It's fine. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. So I can only conclude that it was just a one-off Kraken strike, a totally rando Kraken strike. But yeah, the struts were actually flexing in, and it's like that actually shouldn't have been a thing. Yeah, everything appears to be okay. Give us a really nasty attitude control. In fact, we'll try that. We're gonna try to coax the Kraken to attack now. So we'll time accelerate till it's got a really hard turn it needs to do, and see if we can't actually get the Kraken to attack. Alright. Now, hard time accelerate. Stop right there and get into your turn immediately. Let's see what happens. Is it going to cause an issue? It is. It's shaking. Okay, this is a problem. This is a structural problem. Primary undock. Okay, it would seem that our Soyuz on the front is no bueno. It does not do good things up front. Yeah, evidently the strutting scenario is just not favorable, because that totally did kill the Kraken. Now, unfortunately, is this thing just tumbling? It looks like it is. Or does it not know what the hell's going on at all? We need to control from here. Okay, and yeah, it's just tumbling. So bring this thing back over to prograde. Fix your attitude, control. Fix your attitude. Get control. And we'll redock this Soyuz to the Zenith side. We'll get up here. Hook onto that nadar port instead of the forward port. Yeah, it certainly wasn't bad luck. That was a thing that very clearly reproducible. I wonder if there's some root part pieces, a root auto strut to root that's on this that may be causing some bizarreness. Of course, we also, you know what? This is also whack. Oh my God! Look at that. Look what happened there. Oh, dude. Well, yeah, it still threw a hell of a lot of force into our station, so we're gonna need to F9 one more time and get rid of that Soyuz before it starts flexing into the station. Gotta get that off of there. This Soyuz has got to go. Can't dock here anymore. Shit. 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 Oh. Fucking smart SAS is racking us up here. Ugh. Balls. Son of a bitch. And I had my hands on the wrong keys and actually accidentally stabbed on the gas. So we just wrecked into the station there. I was trying to turn the RCS off as I was seeing the goddamn SAS. Son of a bitch. Anyway. Yeah. It balls us pretty hard. Control from here. Set this as the target. Target negative parallel, please. Now you can have some RCS to make that turn. That was good. Real panic. Oh, genuine panic there, dudes. That was good. Oh, shit. It'll buff right out, yeah. Well, a few things. First off, this forward pressurized mating adapter, we've been wanting to kind of replace this with a new one anyway. So there's that. And then two, the Soyuz part that crumpled is the Soyuz part that gets discarded before reentry, so that's okay. We bonked the tail end of our solar panelage, which is again a piece that gets discarded. It's not needed for reentry, so it's okay. But that was genuine panic. I'm like, it's turning. I'm like, oh god, where's SAS? I'm all mashing on T to, it's like, no wait, you can't do that because it's gonna override. I'm all basically stabbing on buttons. Like, ah! Quick button mash. Well, that's not what you want to do in this game. It's not Street Fighter. When you're in the corner, you don't button mash. You calm down. Calm down. Don't panic. But we should be cool at this point, right? Like, the station is not No, the station's good. It's not all torqued out of place or anything. Everything's 100%, 5x5. Why are we not on the right? Are we actually... Show me, show me, show me. Yeah, that's correct. Is it on the right? You know what? It's probably not. RCS off. No, that's correct too. Huh. What is going on here? We're not flat. I swear to God, we're off. What? How is that a thing? Now, I understand it here. Hold on here. Let's kill your velocity, and the station is not on its proper attitude. Something is still wrong. So let's kill all our velocities here. RCS off. Switch back over to the station, and this thing is still whack. Dude, it's totally whack. Control from here. Yeah, this thing is way totally ballsed. It's back on the prograde, force to 0. What the hell is going on up there? Mission Control's getting pissed. No, SAS was off. So, like, as soon as we undocked, SAS stayed up here, controlled this to twist us into the wrong position and foul us up, and then it turned off on the station. So, essentially, the wrong vehicle had SAS on, which is the cause of the whole fiasco. Alright, now we can switch over to our Soyuz and get it docked. RCS on, docking on. That looks correct. Now, I don't expect anything to go wrong at this point concerning the Kraken, because the station will be stronger, will be its strongest actually with the with this Soyuz on the top here, because it gives us a, you know, we get cross beam in 2 different axes. So yeah, that was some shit, huh? A full-on Kraken attack. I believe that is probably... I think that is our first bona fide Kraken attack that we've ever had on this International Space Station build. Yeah, it's been a while since we've had a nasty attack on any of our builds, but of course, we've been pretty much exclusive to building the International Space Station for the past few months. Pretty damn good. We're gonna have to inspect all of our vessels for any kind of route. Auto strut to the route is now kind of on my hit list. I don't trust it. I've seen weird things happen while using it. But the rest of this station has always been pretty solid due to the fact that as soon as we put everything together, we take practically every piece and put it to the heaviest, auto strut to the heaviest, and that's pretty much ensured that this thing has not doesn't kraken up to this point. There was one piece I saw here, like we were going around kind of clicking on stuff, and I did see there was a docking port down here that was not auto strut, which that shouldn't be a thing. All of these pieces should be auto strut. And captured. Or recaptured, we could say. Okay, again, it's thrown all of our stuff off. We need to control again from the Zvezda module. RCS is still on. Turn that off, and then we need to go to orbital prograde. Force the roll to 0. Okay, and then also I expect that it screwed the name up as well, so we'll go into the vessel. Yep, sure enough. Change this to a station. It needs to be called ISS. There. All right. And now see these struts that are going straight down? Those are suspicious to me. That piece was also not auto strut to the heaviest either. Not that I suspect that that was what caused the problem, because if it's on the one line, that's what can really cause the Kraken, right? So it's just, if there's something out here and all it's strutting is going straight in, then it really has nothing to stop the Kraken attacking. You have to have some sort of triangle on multiple vectors or axes to really keep it from being able to do that. How could those possibly be? And here? Oh, look at that. That's not strut either. Really? Hmm.
What?
Well, it appears to be back in working order again. So we'll get a hard F5 right here. Boom. And as for the other Soyuz coming up, I mean, it could, but we're certainly not going to put it on the forward part. Even though actually it possibly could go to the forward port, so long as we had a Soyuz on the top and the bottom that would give us a hard auto strut from the top. Of course, and then if we could turn all of the reaction wheels on it off as well. We had like a toggle that we could just say turn all reaction off. that would definitely help as well. Well, okay, let's do it. Let's go ahead and go back. Hopefully. Actually, you know, we should test this. Since we've got an F5 now. What appears to be a solid state. We had no goofy flexing or anything before that, with the exception of the crash. We ran into it. We'll be keeping that crash that we had. But if we go ahead and time accelerate this thing to a point where it's gonna have to do its turn on the catwalk. And it's okay this time. Hard time acceleration. Come out quick, make your turn. Stay solid. Solid, rigid, strong. It appears to be solid. That's good news. Now this forward portion here, we added these reaction wheels. That might have actually been a mistake on our part. We're going to disable these forward reaction wheels. Okay. Disable. Oh, no. No. Veto. Veto on the root strut. Yeah, we had a root hanging out in there. Not good, not good. I suspect there's a route. There's probably some route auto struts on our Soyuz somewhere. That's the only way that they could have had that auto strut that was going down. Okay, so that should soften things up a bit. About the only place that's really needs to torque on this vehicle is right in the center, right here. That's should be the only place that really has any kind of torque. We're leaving it on our vessels just because it's easy. But ideally, as soon as we dock, it would behoove us to shut that crap off so that they're not trying to use their reaction wheels to maintain attitude control of the station. Where's the starboard side outer solar array? We're 2 missions away. We just installed the Columbus module here, and the next mission is it's the little dude that goes up here, EVM or something. Another little module goes up here, and then the JEM. Is it JEM? The Japanese experimental module or whatever. The big one goes over here, and then we move the one that we put here, over here onto that module, and after that's done, then we get to put the final solar array on. Hell yeah. We're close. Almost there. Well, everything appears to be in working order now. We've softened it up a little bit, proved that it's able to torque without sending itself into a dangerous, deadly shimmy. And so, we did get a hard F5. Let's go ahead and get another hard F5 right there. Bam. And we are good to continue missions. Alright, so let's get back to the Space Center so that we can continue on with our missions. We want to get one more Soyuz launch. We're right in the middle of getting a Soyuz launch, and now we actually have to do the whole thing all over again. We had a Soyuz on the pad, we had Gunter in his van, we had astronauts in the van, we were all ready to go. Kraken had to jump in and be like, "Ooga booga." Oh, Stuff's actually... What? Yeah, that can't be... Can't be right. It looked as though it was actually all set up, but that can't possibly be right because of how the timeline involved of the F5. So just recover those, and we actually screwed up here. We're going to the space plane hangar and not the VAB. We need to go into the VAB. Alright, Soyuz. Now we got 5A2. What the hell? I thought it was 5. Oh no, that was the Gunter's van. That's right. Okay. Okay. Never mind. Alright, put that rocket on the pad. Okay, back to the Space Center so we can choose our crew. And we were gonna drive the Clean Gunter's van today. Alright, so... Yeah, and this flight was gonna have... Or was it the last flight that actually had our Star Trek character, Jean-Luc Picard? I think it was last flight. He's already up there. There you go. There's our crew. Let's go. Step on it. Look, the moon is like right on the runway. Shoot for the moon. You just drive there. It's just right there at the end of the runway. All right. Salute. Our crew of the Soyuz 5-2 or 5A2. Amber Lights. The Amber Lights Soyuz. All right, Gunter and Eddie and their crew are safely away from the pad. The amber lights are lit. And we are go for launch at this time. Let's load up our crew. Aim the camera up here and then transfer some crew on board. Alright, the crew's all on board now. We are go for orbiter access arm retract. Okay, the access arm is free. And we are going there. We're gonna be going there very soon. A little bit further. Okay, and now containment down here. Everything looks good to me. Staging is green. Initiate launch poll. I don't think it initiated. Initiate launch poll. There we go.
All stations, go no go for terminal count, beginning with mission assurance.
Mission assurance is go.
DC,
DC is go for terminal count.
GC,
GC is go.
Sys-1,
Sys-1 is go.
Sys-2,
Sys-2 is go.
CC,
CC go.
NAV,
Nav is go.
flight software,
Flight software go.
mission software,
Mission software is go.
IT,
IT is go.
recovery,
Recovery go.
RC,
RC go.
OSM,
OSM go.
ROC.
Rock is go.
LC is go. DC, you are go to enable the terminal count auto sequence.
All stations, terminal count auto sequence is enabled.
T-minus 20 seconds. Here we go.
Guidance is internal. Ignition sequence start.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff. Soyuz Amber. Liftoff, Soyuz Amber. And aren't those amber lights beautiful? Meters a second. We are go for pitch. Vehicle supersonic. We're approaching first stage booster flame out separation, main computer override. Separation. Korlov cross. Very nice. And main computer override. Override complete. We are go for escape tower jettison. Hit it. Fairing separation in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're go for fairing separation. Separation complete. Your go for antenna and extension. Antennas and solar panels extended. On stage 2. Booster flame out and separation. Gonna have a big correction burn on this, but whatever. It isn't like this booster doesn't have an exorbitant amount of fuel. Okay, we are in apoaps at 200 going to 270. 210. 20. 30. 40, 50, 60, and shutdown. Okay, up we go. Okay, we are go for orbital insertion. Alright, third stage booster. It's gotten us where it needs to go. departure burn there. We have achieved orbit. Cheers. And we're behind our target. We're going to go a little bit further than 100 because I don't want this deep cut to cause us to overshoot. So we're going to put a little bit more thrust into this than we normally would, just to slow us up, make this approach a little bit more gentle. Okay, that ought to be enough of a cut that it's easy to get a nice little home and transfer. Now here's the thing that I didn't even realize that we didn't do last flight. We were so close on our inclination that we didn't even bother to do an inclination correction, did we? We just went right into our home and transfer. That's how accurate we were. This one here, we're off by a bit, so very clearly gonna have to clean that up. Yeah, that didn't even dawn on me. We're plane. Shikes, we're off by a lot on this one. Anyway, there you go. Turn to that node and prepare for inclination correction burn. I guess it's only fitting, since the last launch we were so dead on that we didn't even have to think about doing an inclination correction, that this launch we have to do a real big one. Gotta make up for it somehow, right? Also, we have one last antenna that we need to extend on the aft end, and there we have it. Alright, so go ahead and execute that next node and correct our inclination, then we can get a little bit of, well, we're actually already into a home and transfer at this point. Just trying to catch up to the station with a little bit less orbit than it has. That was expensive.
One of us here, boy, good, no whiskey. Yeah, not in a single hit. Can you do this time and make up your face at first, EVA?
That little, huh? Really? Okay, well. Whoa, yeah. I was saying earlier about the route. Now, that thing shouldn't have had anything that was going to route. Now, were all of those on a symmetry that they... Okay, it does look like they all went to heaviest. Aha! Well, we found a problem piece, huh? Alright, anyway, we are on our node to slow us down a little bit. Yeah, let's go ahead and pull the trigger on that. Get just a gentler approach here. I think the target should be visible at this point. Oh, no, actually. Never mind. Still got a ways to go. Can't quite make progress on this thing. What's our problem? Radial over here-ish. Prograde. There we go. There we go. That's what we're after. Okay, 15-meter Hohmann transfer. Turns to that node. Okay, so 14.7 meters a second to null our relative velocity in 29 minutes. Go ahead and turn to that node and prepare for closest approach. Okay, closest approach in 28 minutes. Go ahead and get a little bit of time acceleration going on here. "25 minutes. 20 minutes. Okay, target's in sight now. 13 minutes. 13 kilometers. Going 14.7 meters a second relative. Five kilometers out now. There's render distance.
That's not scary. We'll tell you what.
2 kilometers. Okay, let's remove all nodes. Put this thing on the retrograde marker and kill that speed. All right, and we're back to the International Space Station. All right, getting its attitude under control. Meanwhile, our Soyuz can get turned to get a little bit closer approach going on here, and then we'll come up underneath of it and get a docking to the PMA-2 if we can. So we can't... I mean, it would make sense that we would be able to actually dock to PMA-3 right now and not get the Kraken because the other Soyuz is there, but we're just not even gonna go down that road. Why bother when there's another docking port facing Nadar that should work quite nicely for us? Ought to look pretty cool having the 3 Soyuz on the station. Is this thing turning? It's absolutely not. I told you to turn, god damn it. Never mind all the struggling that's going on back here. Okay, we're all ready to null our velocity as soon as we feel fit. Still 780 meters away. Put a little bit of liquid against it, going about 2.8 meters a second now. Should be pretty easily killed off at the docking thrusters, so steady as she goes. Okay, 680 meters. Knight Rider. Whatever. So stupid. So stupid, in fact, I think I'm gonna have to get my hands on the box set and binge watch the hell out of it. Our latest show has been an old one. An oldie but goldie, man. I tell ya. Oh, what the? There's a... emotes going rogue. Anyway, yeah, I was talking about our latest TV show that we've been binge watching, an oldie but goldie called MASH, which back in the day when it aired was absolutely god-awful for several reasons. One, I was a kid and it didn't make sense to have a comedy based about a war show. Two, when it was on the network television, they had a laugh track. They had canned laughter, which was abhorrently obvious that it was canned laughter, even to a kid of my age back then, that it was being aired. And it just didn't make any kind of sense. But it wasn't too long ago that I stumbled across an old episode of MASH, watched it. It didn't have the laugh track, and it didn't dawn on me until after I'd finished watching the episode that I just watched an episode of MASH without the laugh track, and I loved it. It was so freaking good. I mean, like, the writing, the, comic relief, how serious it was, which was a point that I never got when I was watching, whenever I was, sit down and there was nothing else on, forced to watch MASH when it was on the air, when it was on the air. I mean, it was damn good show. And it dawned on me after I finished watching it that was like, dude, that thing had no laugh track on it, and it was utterly changed the show. I mean, flipped completely upside down. If you guys get the time, the chance to sit down and watch MASH without the laugh track, it is really, really good. I highly suggest it. Rated as one of the best shows ever made. Yeah, I would agree. I would absolutely agree on that front. I would put it in the top 5. It was, you know, I'm still watching, you know, there's still several seasons I haven't been through yet, but yeah, seasons 1 through 3, damn good stuff. Powerful television, actually, really powerful. If it didn't have the laugh track forced on them when they, when it was on the network, when it was aired on the network, then I would say it probably would have had a whole hell of a lot more viewership and be a lot more popular and more critically acclaimed. Like, who the hell puts laugh track on? These guys are performing surgery on people who, you know, may or may not live, you know, and they got freaking laugh track going on. I mean, of course they didn't put the canned laughter on in any of the OR scenes, but still, like, there's serious subject matter going on. Despite the jokes and whatever that they're telling, it's still very serious subject matter, and here's this audience fucking laughter going on in the background. It's just absolutely balled it completely up. Whoever made that choice to put the laugh track on really should have been fired like a long time ago. Like, that should have been immediately what sent them out the door. And from what I was reading, of course, the writers did not want it in any way, shape, or form, and they made a very serious point to the network that they refused to have any canned laughter in the OR scenes, like, which, damn straight. They may be in there telling jokes, but it's not like that, you know what I mean? Like, it's more like telling jokes to keep people's nerves from cracking, you know? That's that real dark side of humor. Yeah, CBS made them do it. Yep. Yeah, I'm loving that show. Good stuff. Powerful. In fact. Okay, we're about 280 meters out. Going a little slow. Put a little bit more English on this. The DVD has both versions without the laugh track. International. It was taken out for the BBC and the International? Really? So they actually broadcast it on the BBC without a laugh track, and here in the States where this show was actually marketed, we had to watch it with that god-awful laugh track, which was so bad that it literally ruined the show for me. I gave zero shits about it. The theme is actually another real interesting thing. I'm sure a lot of people are quite aware of the theme to MASH is actually really, really dark. It's actually talking about suicide. It's extremely dark. And to have it be associated with a show with a canned laughter on, it's actually kind of quite a slap in the face to the writers and the crew. I still remember the last episode. Goodbye, farewell, amen. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I remembered that episode when it aired. It was a big deal. But I've been avoiding, because I still have the rest of the series to watch through. But I've been reading the wikis about it and whatnot. So I know what to expect. Going back into it. Which way are we actually facing here? I mean, if we're to look at the planet. Okay, this thing hasn't turned. It must have turned off. We switched to it to get the attitude corrected, and it evidently didn't take. So, there's a definitive moment for you. I thought that if we just switched to it, that it would kind of kickstart it, and it would go from there, but that clearly isn't the case. I have to actually stay on it. Yeah, it didn't look quite right. We're actually barreling towards it now. RCS, let's slow down. We're definitely in range of the SAS actually controlling it at this point. That is, while we're not tabbed to it. Okay, so we'll just kill our velocity and hang out over here for a moment. Wait for the station to get on its proper orientation. We can actually, that's right, we can get in our orientations. We know that we'll need to be radial out. That's easy enough. So we'll just go ahead and start to get on our orientation. Nick can get on its orientation, and we'll meet somewhere in the center. Yeah, I watched, they had a couple of Christmas episodes because the Korean War actually only lasted for 3 years, yeah? But the show ran for like 8 or 7 or 8 years. And they only stopped making the show. It didn't have anything to do with the popularity or anything. They stopped the show because they had figured that if every episode had counted for a week that the Korean War was going, that they had to end the show because they had already done the full time that the Korean War would have been going on. So that was the reason that they ended the show. It was 11 seasons, I think. Either way, that was the reason that they ended it. And so they only had, what, 3 Christmases, or could have had 3 Christmas episodes, basically. I watched, I had them in my kind of Christmas TV file, and it just has a whole bunch of, good TV shows and whatever, and I have all the different Christmas episodes from those runs in there. I can just kind of grab a whole bunch of them, throw them in a player. And the MASH one came on the other day. That it was the first time I'd seen that episode with he dresses up like Santa Claus and gets dropped in by a helicopter to patch up this big wig that's under heavy fire, and I died laughing. Oh my god, that's some funny shit. All right, this is starting to look good now. Finally. So, let's find ourselves a docking port. There we go. PMA 2. Set that as our target. And control. Target negative parallel and force the roll to 0. Make sure we're controlling from our docking port. We are. A lot of the stories that were on the early seasons were based off real stories. I can see that. Yeah, where they're dealing with the black market and trading dude's desk so that they can get medical supplies stolen to get back their medical supplies that got hijacked. And that's it's the writing in that kind of stuff is so good that like it had to have been real, you know? Or the shipping of the was it radar was taking a Jeep and shipping home pieces, little requisition pieces here and there back home of a Jeep, and again, no doubt something that without any doubt happened long before a writer got a hold of that. To make it for his mother, yeah. Yeah, that's funny. And totally doable. That's the greatest part. So, yeah, absolutely, you know? I would do it. Hell yeah. The problem is, how the hell do you get a title for it? You know? That's the thing that I would really worry about, that getting busted. Back then, all you had to say is basically, I am a vet, give me my paper. Get nailed for GTA. Nowadays, they tack your ass to the floor for that thing. Like they would crucify you. You get caught stealing a van or a Jeep from Uncle Sam, dude, that's serious trouble. Like as serious as it gets. That's like being on the hook for murder trouble right there. You know, the kind that gives you nightmares. We had to declare that we had no brass after range day? See, that's what I'm talking about. You know, and they have the power to absolutely ruin your life. Like they don't have to let you go. You know, that's the kind of trouble that you're in. Like you already are owned by them. So it's like totally up to their discretion. Court martial is nothing like a civil suit. Like they quite literally can do anything they wanted to. They catch you. Which actually does include lining you up against the wall and shooting you. fact. Yeah. Service not for me, man. I don't like it. I don't like my employers having that much power over me. That's too much power. So were you were in the service, I take it then? Hot dog? Yeah, that's not for me, for sure. Too many orders. Too much yelling. Too much running. Are we getting pulled? It feels like we're getting pulled. Shouldn't have docking force on any of this stuff. No, okay, we're good. Never mind. And it was sloppy, but there you go. Captured. Okie dokie. And again, it did the thing. So let's go ahead and turn SAS to off. RCS is actually still on as well. Turn the RCS off. And we want to control from the Svedsta module. Control from here. And now we can go put it back onto orbital force to 0. Prograde force to 0, like that. Okay. There we go. Oh, also, it probably renamed us, didn't it? Rename vessel. Yep, sure did. Put this to a station. Like that. All right, cool. Now we got ourselves 3 Soyuz. Chilling like a villain. Nice, dude. Yeah, very cool. What branch were you in? Army, Navy, Marine? Army in Canada. My dad was in the military. He was an MP. And he stressed to me a couple things. One, don't go into the military. Two, if you're going to go into the military, be a policeman. Because the bribes are good, the women are always on you, and, like, you pretty much, like, that's the place to be. Because you're the one doing the head cracking, not being the one being head cracked. All right, good stuff. Now, let's go ahead and no, not tab. We want the map. So, actually, before we do this, one more thing. F5 right here. Boom. So it's a hardened F5 right there, and then we need to switch over to classic rock real quick, so that we can come back and transfer our Kerbals up and out of these Soyuz. Actually, the last crew is still in their Soyuz. We haven't moved them yet. And while I believe that being stuck in a small enclosed space with a Omega gorgeous, two Omega gorgeous space chicks would be appealing to me. These guys are probably pretty anxious to get the hell out of their Soyuz capsule so they can stretch their legs. Look at this lovely frame rate. If only. Alright, then back to the ISS. Back to our hideous frame rate. Feels bad, man. You haven't gotten yourself an asteroid yet? It's a pain in the ass, dude. For as fun or as cool as it is having an asteroid, there's actually quite a few things that I have in the kind of on the back burners concerning asteroids, but they're hard to get. They can be quite challenging. Alright, so we're back to the International Space Station. We should be able to transfer our crew. Oh, this is the old one, huh? Okay, so this is the one we just sent. Let's go ahead and get some Kerbals, climb up out of there. And these guys here. Jean-Luc Beckerman, first time at the International Space Station. Welcome. Surprise is going to go over into the Destiny module. Whether or not she's a scientist or not. We're going to say she's going to go over there and start working to grind some science. Okay, and yeah, you can go ahead and go forward into the Harmony module. Say hi to everybody in there. Okay, now 0 should be our control from point. Which it is, okay. So we should be able to, if I want to view, there we go. Go ahead and make sure we're still controlled from our static point. And here we are in the Harmony module. The planet down there. Nice. You can see a bit of a Soyuz out our window here. And I would guess that this is probably the edge of the last module that we installed. What was that? The Columbus. That's right. The $2 billion Columbus module, which was like pennies for us. That is pennies in Kerbal Space Program. Not that we have like billions and billions of space bucks or anything like that, but in real life, $2 billion. In Kerbal Space Program, about 50 cents. On year 3 in my game, I started visiting Minmus in my save. Nice. Yeah, we're plus 90 years on this save, and we have colonized. The better part of Kerbal. We almost have the access to the whole planet via a plane, any plane. So we almost have the whole planet unlocked, and we've colonized the moon, Minmus, Eve, Ike, Duna, and our last colonization that we have done on Dres. These are actually, there it is. So that's how far we've gotten in 90 years, is as far out as Dres with a full colony, and as far in as Eve with a full colony, and everything in between. Not too shabby. Man, I wish we could get up out of these seats and float around. See, that's the kind of thing right there that if I were a dev I would be pushing for in Kerbal Space Program 2 is the ability to get up out of your seat and have an independent Kerbal inside the vehicles, which that alone would be enough work for the development team that I would see having the amount of money to work on this project would, like, that would be it. It would be like the current Kerbal Space Program, but with that. That's about all the resources that would be spent on that. If I were in charge, that's what I would do. Colonized, I just landed. Yeah, well, like I said, you're in year 3, I'm in year 90, so... And look at the advancements in flight over the years. The first flight, the Wright brothers, I can't remember what the plane it was that actually flew and had, like, kind of very limited controllability, but was technically like the first flight. That happened in 1904. Like, that's not that long ago. And we started launching people into orbit in the 60s. So, you know, like, over the course of just learning how to fly and getting into space, it's like, dude, that's a pretty huge advancement over the course of 50 years to be able to just learn how to fly to getting into space. And here we are, you know, just a little over 100 years since we learned how to fly. A little over 100 years since we learned how to fly. And yeah, we're almost on our way to to Mars, or could have been on our way to Mars. That's quite staggering. Quite staggering. Wouldn't mind something like the snack mod. What is that? The TAC life support, I think is what that is. Or that's one that has that sort of thing. We have snacks in our game. They just we don't have to feed our Kerbals. We still carry them though. Like, every one of these Soyuz that we launched is level full of candy bars and beer and snacks and stuff. Yeah, it's like, it's literally in there. We don't actually have to use it, but it's there. Yeah, see, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I'm not interested in the game being tedious. You know, being forced, these mechanics of feeding Kerbals and whatever being forced on us. So we just kind of do it in a light vein. We say, you know, hey, the beers, all of that stuff, we launched it. The way it was there, we did it. Whether or not they consume it or not, or we end up putting it back on the Soyuz to get burned up in the atmosphere, it really doesn't matter. I just don't want tedious gameplay is all. Yeah, how cool would it be to actually, like, climb the ladder and go up and check it out from the different, and actually be able to, in this module, get close to the window. This is as close as we can get to this window. The other ones we can actually get you can double click on them and get climb up next to them or whatever, but not in this module. And this module is the coolest one. This is the Destiny module that we're in right now. The Science Bay. But soon, also, we'll be getting the cupola. When does that happen? Let's take a look here. So, yeah, we got the two more, the Experimental Logistics Module, ELM, and then the JEM, the Japanese Pressurized Module. Those come up, and then we've got our Starboard 6 Truss and Solar Array, and that's going to be a big, big one. But what I was looking for is the cupola. Okay, so that's STS-130. 129. Actually got quite a few missions before we get the cupola. That thing's sweet. Still a long road until we can start launching some SpaceX stuff at it. Not till 2016. 2016, and we're currently 2008. So we got another 8 years of space flights before we can launch any kind of SpaceX stuff. Damn. Yeah, we're doing it all in chronological order. Yippers. We're doing the installs in a chronological order. It still kind of flip-flops around, and so, like, for example, the last install that we did was the Columbus module, starboard side of Harmony, and that came up when was installed February 7th 2008, and it was on STS-122. Now the very previous install was the relocation of the solar wing to P6, and the Harmony module, which came up and was installed in well, that was 2007. Yeah, October. Okay, right. October 2007 on STS. Now here, get this. Here's the thing. It was on STS-120. So, like, we missed STS-121. Like, it jumped. But now where the hell's STS-121? I guess STS-121 could have happened between that, but not actually bring a module. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. However, the Solar 6 truss, the Starboard 6 truss and solar array, that comes up on STS-119, which is like, what? Well, we're flying already. We landed STS-122 earlier today, yet STS-119 doesn't do its install for a whole nother year. So I don't understand I honestly don't understand the numbering of the STS flights. It doesn't make any sense. So yeah, we've launched STS-122, skip 120, skip 121, 122, 123, 124, and then 119? Like what? I don't understand. And then back to 127. I don't get it. You gotta be some kind of, I don't know, some kind of rocket scientist to figure out that. These dudes are having a good time. Holy cow. It's a pretty good view right here from this seat. You can actually see out both of the windows and the planet right over there. It's great. Space. Space is out that door. Or does that mean space? As in, like, there's space over here. Like, you can put stuff in there. The mission was probably delayed, but keeps the original number. I'll buy that, sure. Okay. But all in all, the timeline that we're following is the actual install dates. So, literally, we started with Zarya, Unity, PMA-1, PMA-2, Zvezda, Z1 Truss, PMA-3, P6 Solar Array, Destiny, ESP-1, Canada Arm, Quest, Piers, Truss, Mobile Base System. Oh, right, that was part of the Canada Arm. Truss, ESP-2, Solar Array, Truss, so on and so on. Nano racks. What the hell is that? Well, let's move some cargo. Since we've got some time that we can go ahead and do something like that. See, this was already here, yeah? Yeah, it's full of garbage. No. Don't move the garbage. Leave the garbage. Take the beer. and that's the only internal. The rest of the inventory can only be accessed through an EVA. So let's get an EVA going on here. Time, where are you? There you are. Okay, transfer time over to the Quest airlock. It's not letting us transfer her. Oh, you bastard. You bastard. There we go. Okay, and we want to take a look at her inventory. She needs some equipment. Such as 3 beers. Give her 3 beers for this EVA. Most astronauts are required to drink beer before going on EVA. This is a real thing. And a taco. Okay, so she's ready to go out the door. Before we do this, let's get an F5-er, boom, like that. That's a lot of beer. It is a lot of beer. Let's see here. So let's go over here and grab one of these containers. One that's preferably empty. Alright. Actually, take one that's... Make more sense if we took one that's full. These... Did we clean this all? Must have cleaned all this out last mission. Well, there's one with a tiny bit of garbage. Sure. Okay, I'll take that. Okay, give me that. And let's mosey on over to our Soyuz. That's how you actually move in space. You mosey. There's no thrusting involved, no floating. And certainly no strutting. It is moseying that is being done. You know, like 2 thumbs in the belt kind of thing. Now, I was pretty sure the bottom Soyuz was already here, and so it's all loaded up with trash and nothing else. Yep, sure is. Okay. So we'll go up. Now we shouldn't have to go any further than the ball. chocolate. Okay, looks like we've got some chocolate in here. Let's go ahead and put this garbage in. Take the chocolate. Take the beer. Okay, leave the garbage. And do we have access over here? It looks like we do. Okay. Give us the chocolate. And the beer. And there we go. That's all of the cargo. Ooh, our mass has gotten much greater. Oh, yeah, don't cross in front on the top here, bro. Go underneath. Yeah, let's go down. See, now this is where I like this option of having, having beers, some kind of drinking thing, a food item. We've got tacos, and all of this comes as part of the Kerbal inventory, Kerbal attachment system with that mod. And you don't have to use it, but it adds a lot to use it. Like, without that, there would be literally no reason for this EVA at all, which would be a shame, because this EVA is fun. And that's why I think a lot of the stock game just does not have any reason, even the smallest one would do, for you to go on EVAs and, all of the cool stuff that we do in space, aside from just going there. Immersion Maximo, indeed. Yeah, EVAs on the ISS are where it's at. It's a lot of fun. Okay. Grab our stuff and put it on the external stowage platform. All right, and back to the quest airlock. And back on aboard. GG. We still have another EVA that we can do here to clean up the trash. So that's one more thing that we can do. And we're prepped to pretty much do that right now. I don't want to just put all of this stuff in this container. I absolutely don't want to do. We have some garbage in that. Okay, here's what. Let's go on another EVA. So we got some stuff to do. Okay, so back out you go. And we need a container. Okay, take this container here, and we're gonna go over and start collecting some trash off of this. Yeah, let's work off of the back here and get all of this crap out of here first. Because it's already level full. Like 4 of these, the strut connector pieces, that's all that can fit in this one thing. So we'll have a few trips here. Okay. Oh, I need to equip my tools, right? Okay, also eat that taco and drink that beer. All right, so how much of this are we going to be able to get in here? There's no way we're going to be able to get this one in there. Oh, I can't believe it. Holy cow, we got the whole thing cleaned up in one go. Oh, we still have the thrusters, which those are a container in themselves. But I'm quite shocked that we're actually able to get 2 RCS tanks, a battery, a reaction wheel, and a probe core, all in one little container. That's quite overpowered, actually. That's pretty OP. The hell is this, Doctor Who? Eating tacos and drinking beer in a spacesuit on EVA Keck. The beer gave us a buff. Gave us +2 strength. And the taco gave us +6 charisma. That's right. The bottom one is already full. So let's take this to the... Now, wait a minute. There's actually... I'm stupid. We flew right past the damn thing. But yeah, this Soyuz over there is empty. Since we're here, we might as well take this bunch of trash here on up to the Nadar side, or the Zenith side, actually. We're just here to deliver trash. We've already moved all of the cargo. Just here to deliver some junk. And we'll spread it out. Be a smart thing, I would think. And I'm gonna say that Soyuz is full. We're not gonna put any more garbage on that, but we can still move. Oh wait, yeah, that's right. We still got one more Soyuz. So we've got, I was gonna say we're gonna at least move the trash out of that and get the rest of that, but for what we have left on that thing, I think we can fill this other Soyuz with that. But before we can do that, we have to move its cargo. Almost forgot completely about this Soyuz down here. It's just hiding. Give me some chocolate. Beers. More beer, more chocolate. Alright, that is all the cargo, with the exception of the internal cargo, which, you know, we can get to that from inside, so. Damn, we're massive. We're just gonna take this food and this beer, and for the time being, we're gonna leave it on the external stowage platform. Let's drop this off here, grab a new container. Okay, and put that right there. Yeah, I understand 1.11 does let you do some building. They've been kind of sort of incorporating some of the bits that are core to Kerbal Inventory System, Kerbal Attachment System. They were working on an inventory system, well, since Breaking Ground, actually. It's not very good in my opinion. I kind of expect the same would be true of the new systems that they built for 1.11. That it's cool that the main developers actually finding time or taking an interest in some of the systems, but I think it may be a little bit too late, to be honest. Because Kerbal Inventory System and Kerbal Attachment System do it so well. Oh, I forgot to turn RCS off before moving that. Okay. There. Now you can move it. But the one big attractive thing that I've been hearing about for 1.11 was Starchface was saying that there might be some kind of land anchor that you can keep things from sliding, perhaps. Now that sounds like a feature that we would really love to have. We can't move this yet. We'll have to come back to that. So go ahead and close the inventory on that. That's right. Let's go ahead and just get the other side thrusters. And yeah, these things are actually quite massive. I'm feeling a lot of added what would otherwise be weight if we weren't in microgravity. But you feel the mass. It's definitely harder to move. Oh, that didn't work, of course. Got to put it in one of the boxes, not on one of the seams. All right, there we go. And now our Columbus module is clean. It's 100% clean. Still got trash inside of it, which we will move with this EVA as well. As soon as we're done with moving this trash, we'll come back up, grab that trash, bring it on down, and that should be the end of our mission. Pretty cool stuff, though. Yeah, these EVAs are just so immersive, and it's really what this game needed. Like at launch, we needed things like this. Something to do once you got there. That would have, I think, kept a lot of players' interest in the game a lot longer if they had something to do once they got to a destination other than just, okay, I've gotten here, I guess we'll go home. And once you've unlocked the tech tree, that's like 90% of gamers just stopped right there. They just might as well uninstalled the game at that point because they don't have the imagination to continue on and have fun with it once the game has been basically unlocked for them. So it's like, oh, well, we unlocked the tree, it's done, game's over, might as well uninstall. Which is a damn shame. Because it's potential, got so much more potential. But you had to be one of those kids that could have fun with a pile of sticks when you were young. You could look at a pile of sticks and be like, I'm going to make a little Ewok village out of that or something. You know, you had to be one of those people that had an imagination that could just make anything out of... Have fun with like, nothing. And yes, I did. When I was a kid, I saw a pile of little sticks, and I did. I made a little Ewok village out of in my backyard. A little tiny miniature Ewok village. My dad was a kind of like raised an eyebrow, I'm sure, when he went to mow the yard the next time, and he was like, "Holy shit! There's a little village over there. Are there like Smurfs in there?" Yeah, we have gone from making Ewok villages. I mean, it wasn't a quote Ewok village. It's just a wicker village. Looked pretty cool. I had windy staircases and everything. It was pretty sweet. But we've gone from making wicker villages in our backyard to creating international space stations on Twitch. Some may say I have regressed. That maybe I should give up streaming and instead go back to building wicker Ewok villages. All right. Philly Bob 55, how's it going, man? Hello, hello?
G'day, Cobber.
Can we have a wicker space station? I don't know that it would survive launch. That would be my concern. First and foremost, my concern would be, yeah, that, it wouldn't stand up to the rigors of the launch. But otherwise, yeah. Okay, so there we go. The Columbus module is cleano. And both of our Soyuz that we launched today are level full of trash. And they're ready to go home and ditch this trash in the atmosphere. Kind of reminds me of this this saying that I swear, I'd kick this kid's ass when he said it. You know, 7, 8, 9 years old, kid around the block used to say this way too often when somebody would make fun of him or whatever. He'd say, "I don't make trash, I burn it." And I swear to God, if everybody would roll their eyes when he would say that crap. But yeah, that's basically what we got going on here. It reminds me of that saying. Don't use that saying, kids. It will get your ass kicked. Yeah, like a bully would come up to him and start trying to bully him and whatever, and try and pick a fight, and he'd say, "I don't make trash, I burn it." Yeah, don't pull that kind of crap. If somebody's coming up to you and bullying you, don't say anything. Just pop them in the jaw immediately, as quickly as you see the opportunity. Don't think twice. Pop them in the jaw. And then once they're on the ground, start kicking them. That's what you do to a bully. You don't talk to a bully. You dominate them. Don't reason with it. You don't argue with it. You dominate it. All right. Yeah, it's looking good. Very nice stuff. We do have another mission I see over here. We have our little apparatus thing, which was really designed solely for giving more fuel so that when we made the trek from Z1 to Port 6, that we would be sure that we had enough fuel in order to make the trek. So we have this little apparatus you can see right here that's mounted there. Doesn't necessarily need to be there. Of course, we have one more relocation that I'm aware of that's coming up. As soon as we get the Japanese module here, there's the one little experimental module that fits right here that we need to relocate, and when we do that, it might be a good thing to have this. We may get a second use out of this little apparatus. We turned off the reaction wheel on this apparatus though, didn't we? Tell me we did. Okay, good. I don't make trash, I burn it. Do we have any more garbage up here in the truss? Holy cow, look at that. There's a whole bunch of beer in there. That I didn't expect to see. Somebody's hiding beer. That's probably Chris Cassidy if there's any astronaut that would be up here hiding beer. It's gonna be Chris Cassidy. Looks like the rest of this stuff is empty. Oh, never mind. Holy cow, there's a whole bunch of junk in there. Son of a bitch. Dude, there's a... Okay. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, we've got lots of trash here. We need to move. Luckily, this is inside. We can do this, well, from right here. We don't have to go on EVA and float it all over the place. We can move it anywhere we want. Well, that's a lot of it, too. Holy cow. We do have the internal storage compartment on the Soyuz. Oh, which also, by the way, still has some payload left in it. So we got some payload, beers to deliver. Maybe a couple of these grids in here. I'm gonna call that the maximum on that, even if it isn't. But the rest of these, I want to move it to somewhere that we're going to easily find it. Zarya and Svedsta, they're level full already of, yeah, pretty much level full of all the goodies. Where do we want to put this trash? How about... Here's what we'll do. We'll put it in the centermost containers on the truss. But we need to move all of this beer out of the truss, and let's move it backwards into Svedsta. God, there's so much stuff. Well, there's a couple of slots here. Leave one open in case we need to or want to split. Still got these damn mobility enhancers. These things are actually quite huge. So large, in fact, that we can't maneuver them around with the these cabinets. We need like a serious cabinet, like a Leonardo module is the only way to get those things out of here. Really oversized trash that we've been trying to get rid of for a long time. Oh my God. So much food and water and beer. Jesus Christ. Okay, got some room here. Perfect. We found a hole. And a basketball. Okay, now what we're looking to do now is to move the garbage from these side storage pieces center, move it in towards the center of the truss, and we'll dole it out to the Soyuz crafts. Soyuzes? All right. All the garbage moved. All of the payload moved. And the Soyuz stocked with garbage, ready to get burnt up. Hooray! Cheers. Alright, my dudes, I'm going to go ahead and call it right there for this evening, but don't go anywhere, as we're going to go ahead and drop a host onto Dunbaratu. It's another Kerbal player. Encourage everybody to hit the follow button on him when we join in. If you guys aren't already following the channel, make sure you do that here. Scroll on down and follow us on our socials, Twitter and YouTube. The links are down below. Appreciate all of the support. Appreciate you guys all just coming and hanging out. And hope to catch up with you guys for some more Kerbal Space Program very soon when we get into the next International Space Station module. Kind of probably gonna knock out 2 in one day. I'm thinking this little one on the top and the JEM will probably just go ahead and, you know, boom boom, get those knocked out, because I am really anxious to see the final solar array get put into place. So that we might get a twofer next time. So be sure to come back and join us for that when we do that. Again, appreciate everybody coming and hanging out, and hope you guys have a fantastic holiday season, and hope to catch up with you guys for more Kerbal Space Program next time. Until then, have a good evening, and stay cool, dudes.